Good evening, everyone.
Well, hello, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to let you know we're now live.
Good evening.
We're just waiting on a couple other people to join us.
Everybody,
Evening all.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are ready to start tonight's meeting.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're all here. Okay, if you guys are ready to begin, let's put our phones on silent. So we're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 27th, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Present.
Councilmember Francis.
Here. Hey,
Thank
thank you. Before we go into closed session tonight, Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on any closed session items?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to go into closed session and we should be returning at approximately 7:30. So if everybody can go to log off of here and go to our closed session sign in.
Good evening, everyone. This is Deputy City Clerk Becky Romero. I'd just like to thank you for your patience. As soon as closed session is over, we will start the council meeting. Thank you.
Are we lobbying?
All right, well, it looks like we're just missing Councilmember Henderson.
And there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I thought the meeting was over. My bad.
Good. You can go ahead and start the meeting, Mayor Serta.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm unmuted. Okay, we are ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, April 27th, 2021. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I don't see my picture up there. I don't know what happened. Can you see me?
Nope.
We just see your name.
All right, we'll have to fix that, but I will call roll first.
Okay.
Mayor Serta,
Here? Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Kaskanian,
Present,
and Councilmember Francis.
Here.
and we can see you.
Thank you. Here I am.
Okay. Attorney Vasquez, do we have anything to report from closed session?
No, Madam Mayor, there was no reportable action taken tonight.
Okay, before we move on to our pledges, let me just read this quick little disclaimer here. In order to minimize the spread of the COVID-19 virus, Governor Newsom has issued executive orders that temporarily suspends requirements of the Brown Act. Please be advised that the council chambers are closed to the public and that some or all of the Gardena City Council members may attend this meeting telephonically or by Zoom. If you would like to participate in the meeting, you can participate via the following options. The first way is to view the meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way to participate is prior to the meeting. You can email our Deputy City Clerk at bromero@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. Comments will be read into the record up to the time limit of 3 minutes. The third way to participate during the meeting is via the Zoom webinar. You can join the Zoom meeting via the internet or via phone conference. The direct URL is https://us02web.j/j/872911413999. The phone number is area code 669-900-9128, and the meeting ID number is 872-9114-1399. If you wish to speak live on a specific agenda item during the meeting, you may use the raise your hand feature during the item you wish to speak on. For non-agenda items, you will be allowed to speak during oral communications. And during the public hearing, you will be allowed to speak when I open the public hearing. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given up to 3 minutes to speak. The City of Gardena thanks you in advance for helping us to take all the precautions in preventing the spreading of the COVID-19 virus. So at this time, we're going to move on to our pledgers. Tonight, we have 2 students from St. Anthony of Padua School. Melania Diogi, who's in the 8th grade, and Emmanuel Gilliam, who's in the 8th grade. I hope I pronounced your names correctly. If not, you can say so when you get ready to go, but we're ready to do our Pledge of Allegiance. You guys can go ahead and begin now.
Please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready to begin.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America
and
and
to
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty,
and
justice
for all.
Okay, if you guys can please stay on for a couple of minutes here. If we could have our invocation tonight led by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we just come to you again tonight through this council meeting. And we just thank you for continued fighting against COVID. We thank you for all those volunteers and all the people that are going out and making sure that people get vaccinated. We thank you for the people that are designing and creating something that will help us to get to the herding mode of this pandemic. Father, we pray for those that are suffering because of this pandemic, either through death of a loved one, someone that's sick, loss of job, just their rent, things that they can't do right now because of it. We pray for them, Father, that they will hang on, they will continue to have hope and keep moving in the right direction. Father, we pray for our schools as they continue to stay open, as our children go back to school. Help them to be safe, help them to learn, help them to feel like they're a part of friendship and just relationships again. And Father, most of all, we just thank you for tonight that we can come as a council, that we can listen to the issues, that we can take the issues and make the proper decisions for our community and for our constituents. So Father, we just thank you for all that you bless us with. And for your son, in his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Let me go back to our students here for a moment. Just want to recognize them once again. And I believe the name is pronounced Melania Diogi, who is in the 8th grade, and Emmanuel Gilliam, who is in the 8th grade as well. Both of them are students at St. Anthony of Padua School. These two students are well-rounded in all aspects and are the best example of an ideal graduate of St. Anthony of Padua School. Both are a tremendous scholar, athletes, and are kind, compassionate, leaders and have a heart for service. So we just like to thank both of you for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And we hope that you guys will come back once we open our council chambers again so that you can lead us in public. So thank you guys again. And everyone, please give them a round of applause. Great job, guys. And also, Councilmember Tanaka, once again, thank you for leading us in tonight's invocation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so next we're going to move on here to, let's see, presentations, no presentations. We have 2 proclamations. The first one is Older Americans Month, which is May 2021. Every May, the nation celebrates Older Americans Month. Gardena is fortunate to have countless older Americans who enrich and strengthen our community. And the city of Gardena is committed to engaging and supporting older adults, their families, and caregivers. We acknowledge the importance of older Americans taking part in activities that promote physical, mental, and emotional well-being. The theme for 2021 is Communities of Strength. Older adults have built resilience and strength over their lives through success, failures, joys, and difficulties. Their stories and contributions help support and inspire others. During this year's Older Americans Month, we will celebrate the strength of older adults with special emphasis on the power of connection and engagement in building strong communities. Communities that encourage the contributions of older adults are stronger. By engaging and supporting all community members, we recognize that older adults play a key role in the vitality of our neighborhoods, networks, and lives. Connecting with others is one of the most important. It plays a vital role in our health and well-being. So in support of the nationwide observance, I'm Tasha Serta, Mayor of the City of Gardena, California, are pleased to proclaim May 2021 to be Older Americans Month in our city and encourage every resident to take time this month to recognize older adults and the people who serve them as vital parts of our community. Also, we have another proclamation, and that is for Municipal City Clerks Week. So the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the office of the municipal clerk is a time-honored and vital part of local governments throughout the world and is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of municipal clerks provide the professional link between citizens, local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas the municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the Office of Municipal Clerks serves as the information center on the functions of local government and the community. And whereas the municipal clerks continue to strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Municipal Clerks through the participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, province, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of Municipal Clerks. So at this time, we proclaim we declare May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 to be the 52nd anniversary of Municipal Clerks Week in the city of Gardena, and further extend appreciation to Gardena's municipal clerk, Mina Semenza, and to all municipal clerks for their vital service they and their deputies and staff members perform, and for their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. So at this time, we'd just like to recognize our city clerk, Ms. Mina Semenza. And City Clerk, would you like to say anything at this time?
Yes, Honorable Mayor Serta and City Council. City Clerks Week is a time of celebration and reflection of the importance of the office of City Clerk. It's the hub of City Hall. We play an essential role in preserving the democracy of the city, strive to provide exceptional service and professionalism to the mayor, city council, city manager, and all departments, and the public. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you for this recognition and proclamation. Thank
Okay.
you.
And once again, thank you for what you do year round. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. It's not easy being the city clerk. It's a lot of things behind the scenes that a lot of people sometimes don't know. And just getting this agenda alone is a serious strategy. So thank you for that. We really appreciate you, your deputy, and your
Thank
entire
you.
staff there.
Thank you. And
All right.
I'd like to thank my staff as well. Thank you. very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. I already did that virtual clap, but thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on here to appointments. Does any member of the council have any appointments to any commissions, committees, or boards at this time? No? Okay, let's move on. Let's see, consent calendar. Okay, the consent calendar. Does any member of the council have any items that they would like to pull and go over separately?
Madam Mayor, I have one item 8I.
Okay. Okay, and I would like to pull one item 8H. So with that being said, if there are no other items to be pulled off of there, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 8H and 8I?
So
So
moved.
moved.
I'm sorry, slow down. Who did that again? Who said that again?
Art did.
Okay, and who second?
I did.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Kaskanian and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Kaskanian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, so let's go back to the two items here. The first item is item 8H under personnel report. We have a new addition to our city personnel. Mr. City Manager, would you like to say a couple of words in regards to this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to introduce, and he's here with us tonight. My pleasure to introduce our newest addition to our executive team, a new Public Works Director, Mr. Alan Rigg. Let me just read a few highlights on his bio, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Rigg Alan to say a few words in front of our city council here.
Okay.
Alan's recently left the city of Stanton to join the city of Gardena. He was with the city of Stanton for 7 years in roles of Director of Public Works and City Engineer. Before this, he was the Director of Public Works and Planning for the city of Palos Verdes Estates for 14 years. Alan began his career with the private sector, where he designed large subdivisions and municipal infrastructure. He has a bachelor's degree from Loyola Marymount in civil engineering. Alan was born in Hawthorne and has lived in the South Bay his entire life. During his free time, he enjoys fishing, travel, and family. So I want to officially welcome Alan Rigg, our Public Works Director. And Alan, if you could say a couple words.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, City Manager, for allowing me to join the team. I love small cities, like the city of Gardena. I like to be effective. I like the family atmosphere that I've experienced so far in the city of Gardena. I look forward to working with the other departments and all the staff and the City Council. One thing I've learned over the years of being a Public Works Director is Public Works in particular is a field not only do I really enjoy, but it serves as the basis for a lot of the different departments in the city. So what we do, we have our own directives, but we serve not only the council, but also we support police and fire, community development, and of course the Parks and Recs department. So I look forward to working hard with the other department heads in cooperation and to achieve the best that we possibly can for the city of Gardena, and I look forward to meeting each of you in person eventually. Thank you very much.
All right, well, welcome to the city of Gardena. We're happy to have you here.
Thank you.
All right, give him a round of applause. Thank you, welcome. Okay, and let's go to item number 8H. Councilmember Henderson, you had a question about that one?
Yeah, 8I was about the Pacific Building
8I.
Inspector Services contract.
Yeah.
Mr. City Manager, will this contract, is this an extension or in addition to help us work through our backlog of building inspections?
This is an extension to our current contract with JAS.
Will they be applying more resources to help us kind of reduce our backlog of building inspection? I know we had like a 6-week turnaround time. I was wondering if we can get that down.
There is currently a plan. Greg, are you on to see if we can find out what the status is as far as backlogs and whatnot? But I think this is just to extend our current building inspector's time, give us more time with him for this fiscal year.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
good. The backlog is actually with the permit issuing. The inspections are not backlogged that much. They're 1 or 2 days out. So the JAS contract is to keep it at that level rather than to fall behind with inspections. So this is just an extension. The other problem with the permit issuance is about it's about 4 to 6 weeks behind. And starting today, starting yesterday, actually, we have help coming in on that one under a separate contract.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all I have, Madam Mayor. So we can look forward to that time reducing probably in the next maybe 120 days or so, get down to around 3 to 4 weeks.
Certainly hope so, yes.
All right, so can we, Mr. McLean, can we get you kind of to come back after an assessment of the additional resources to reduce that backlog to kind of let us know where we are?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so with that being said, we need to, can I get a motion to approve items number 8H and 8I?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next up is, let's see, just as a quick note here, under Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet, the meeting on April 20th, 2021 is just a receiving file, so no action is necessary on that item there. So next, we're going to move on to oral communications here. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers under oral communications?
We have received no written. We do have one hand up.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Yes, the speaker is Jen Harris,
Okay,
and we will get her set up on the timer.
Hi.
hi.
Hi. So good afternoon or good evening, Mayor Serta and council members. My name is Jen Harris, and I am representing GDAP, the Gardena Drug and Alcohol Abuse Prevention Task Force. I want to just express our gratitude for those of you who were able to attend our marijuana education event on April 8th. And additionally, some of you may or may not know, but on April 20th each year, it's a lot of folks deem it as a marijuana, or enough people deem it as a marijuana smokers holiday. And so one of the things with GDAP and also the high school task force, which are youth from Gardena High School, we like to do is have an anti-420 day and really focus on marijuana prevention and education. So this year, due to the pandemic, unfortunately, we weren't able to do our anti-420 rally at Gardena High School and bring out local media and really educate the community. But we did utilize social media, which we were excited about, and GDAP members were able to gather different facts and information that focused on marijuana prevention and just providing that education and resources to the community. And additionally, last Thursday, we had our Heart Healthy Part 2, and Officer Sterling Kim, his son, Chef Jordan Kim, actually prepared a meal. So we want to give a special thank you to the city of Gardena for allowing us to use the kitchen at Nakaoka because Jordan, he cooked a wonderful meal and was able to stream it through Zoom and on Facebook Live for folks to see and learn a simple meal that they could prepare, and just being able to enjoy their families and focus on healthy alternatives. We just want to say thanks again for the support, and we're looking forward to doing more education and just making sure we protect our community and they understand that drugs are not important. Drugs are not things that we want in our community, and we want to make sure we continue to protect our young people so they can grow up and lead healthy, amazing lives, and hopefully one day sit in the seats that you all hold today. So again, thank you very much, and we'll definitely reach out for our event next month since it is National Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Harris, thank you for all you do as far as keeping us educated on the use of marijuana and tobacco. What your group does is amazing, and just reaching out to the young people there. So I just want to commend you guys for just doing a great job there, phenomenal job. With that being said,
Madam Mayor, excuse me, we have another speaker.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you. Wanda Love.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to talk about the strategic plan that the city has. I had an opportunity to review the plan, and I just wanted to talk about one specific department. You guys list communities and economic development all in one section. And I was kind of curious as to why that was done. But when I reviewed that section, it looks like you guys have the economic development department running everything. And when you really look at that, the economic development director, manager, whatever you want to call the person over economic development, I don't think he's the one that's responsible for the permits and that type of stuff. I mean, it's kind of confusing to have economic development doing community development work and community development doing economic development work. I really think that's not beneficial to the city. It's definitely not beneficial to the development or developers that's looking to come to the city. So if you guys can take a look at the economic development, community development section of the strategic plan and really break that down and look at it and delegate the jobs to the specific departments, I think that'll help us along the way when we're talking about developers coming into the city. That's just the, there's so much that I wanted to talk about, but the meeting is started late and I don't want to take up too much time, but that is a major concern. I do notice that you guys have in there creating a partnership with the chamber. I would love to work with the city. I sent the city manager an email asking to work with Mr. Spencer De La Cruz on a project that we have coming up. So I hope that's not just put in there just because it looks and sound good, but I really hope that there's an opportunity for the city and the chamber to start working together to move this city forward. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any more speakers? Oh, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
That's okay, I'm sorry. No, we do not.
Okay, with that being said, let's move on to our first item here, item number 12A, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council. Agenda item 12A is a public hearing for environmental assessment number 1-20, general plan amendment that number 1-20, specific plan number 1-20, zone change number 1-20, zone code amendment number 3-20, and development agreement number 1-20. Lot line adjustment 1-20, site plan review number 1-20, the Gardena Transit Oriented Development Specific Plan. The applicant is DNCal 4 Incorporated. On January 22nd, 2020, the applicant DNCal 4 Inc. filed an application to develop an 8-story, 265-unit apartment building with a 2,500 square foot dynamic digital display on a 1.33 acre site located at 12850 to 12900 Crenshaw Boulevard. A draft environmental impact report was circulated for review from January 15th until March 1st, 2021. Mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program was also prepared. On April 6, 2021, the Planning Commission held a public hearing and adopted resolution number PC 4-21 recommending for City Council to certify the EIR and adopt the MMRP findings related to alternatives and mitigation measures and statement of overriding considerations, and approve the general plan amendment, specific plan, zone change, zone code amendment, development agreement, and site plan review. The financial impact is as follows. The one-time residential impact fee to the city of $265,000. Construction-related fees for business license and permits approximately $1,250,000. Yearly property tax of approximately $110,000. Current taxes are estimated at less than $4,000. Yearly business license fee of approximately $2,660. Current yearly license fee is $125. Increased yearly utility users tax of approximately $15,000. Minimum revenue of $75,000 per year for the digital display for 30 years. Indirect impacts include agreement to buy locally for construction-related items, which will increase sales tax revenues and help our local businesses and trades. Agreement to implement a local hiring policy, hiring approximately 400 full and part-time workers, which will create an indirect economic benefit from workers spending money in the city. An undetermined economic benefit from spending of new residents in the city. What's required tonight is conduct a public hearing, receive testimony from the public, adopt resolution number 6507 and 6508, and introduce ordinance number 1828.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is.
We have a presentation.
Oh, let's go into the presentation first.
I'm sorry, here you. Hi.
Hi.
I need to unmute myself there. Honorable Mayor Serta, members of City Council, my name is John Signal, representing community development staff. The item before you tonight is a development to develop the project site, which is a 1.33 acre site located in the northwestern portion of the city of Gardena. Currently, there's about a 25,000 square foot warehousing building on the project site. It was built in the late 1950s. It's considered non-conforming to the commercial zone, and it's currently used as storage. As you can see in the aerial, the project site is zoned C3 commercial, as is a property to the north and properties to the south. To the north, you have a gas station at the corner of El Segundo Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard. The city boundary is shown there in the black. Further north, you have the city of Hawthorne, and a lot of the properties there are zoned for manufacturing and for some for commercial. To the east, you have the Dominguez Channel and Trail, and across from that, you have multifamily residential along El Segundo Boulevard. To the south of that, you have single-family homes in the R1 zone within the city of Gardena. I've already mentioned the properties to the south, which are a lot of industrial buildings that are non-conforming that are currently zoned C3, general commercial. And to the west, across Crenshaw Boulevard, you have properties in the city of Hawthorne. There's a shopping center at the corner of El Segundo and Crenshaw, zone C3, and there's industrial areas zoned M2. There's also a single family or residential neighborhood to the southwest, located in the county of Los Angeles. So this photo shows the subject property. That's the existing industrial building. It was actually developed as a bowling alley back in the 1950s. It was converted to an industrial building. And as you can see, it's run down, dilapidated. This building will be removed. The fencing will be removed. These utility poles will also be removed, and the utility lines will be placed underground, so you won't see them. The sidewalk will be improved. These curb cuts that will not be used will be filled in with sidewalk, and there'll be street trees placed along the sidewalk per public works requirements. This is another photo of the site from Crenshaw Boulevard looking southeast toward the project site. This shows the corners of the project site. From one end to the other is approximately 460 feet. The property is about 125 feet deep. The width is pretty long. As mentioned, these utility poles will be removed. Power lines will be undergrounded. This is actually at 460 feet longer than your typical residential block, about 400 feet. I should point out that there is a center median there that will remain. This is actually maintained by the city of Hawthorne, and that's going to create or allow traffic coming into the project site to just come in heading northbound on Crenshaw Boulevard and making a right turn into the project site. And when exiting, you'd have to exit out of the project site and make a right turn heading northbound on Crenshaw Boulevard. Properties on the right side of the screen are in the city of Hawthorne. So the proposed project is an 8-story, 262-unit apartment building. The specific plan actually allows for 265, but the development is only for 262 apartment buildings. The dwelling is about 200 dwelling units per acre, or the density. There's 247,000 square feet of floor area. 5.5 floors will be for residential, and 2.5 floors will be for parking. The floor area ratio is about 4.25 to 1. And the project will provide 8,500 square feet of open space, which includes a dog park, a swimming pool and upper level courtyards, a fitness room, a clubhouse, and co-working space. There will be 267 parking spaces available, 7 of which will be for ADA compliant handicap spaces. And the project is considered a transit-oriented development project because it's located 0.6 miles from the Crenshaw station, which is the Green Line station to the north along the 105 freeway. There will be designated loading areas available for ride sharing. Residents must separately pay for the parking spaces, apart from their regular rent for their rooms or their units. And this is at the recommendation of Caltrans that recommended that they unbundle the parking in order to shift individuals from private vehicles and have them use public and active transportation. There will be 1 bike parking space per unit. And this is a perspective of the project view from Crenshaw Boulevard looking southeast. That's a proposed building. There will be a digital display, which I'll get to a little bit later, but this is the front of the building facing Crenshaw Boulevard. Here's another perspective. This one is looking towards the parking garage and the entrance into the project site, which is located in this area there. Again, because there's a center median, access to the parking garage is northbound on Crenshaw Boulevard, and you'd have to make a right turn into the parking garage. And exiting, you'd have to exit and make a right turn on Crenshaw Boulevard heading northbound. This shows the elevations of the project site. The top is a view facing Crenshaw Boulevard. As you can see, it's an 8-story building, and they've used a number of architectural materials and colors in order to provide contrast and interest in the building. As mentioned, the 2.5 levels along the street will be used for parking in this area. And the bottom elevation is a view facing the residential neighborhoods towards the Dominguez Channel. And so the digital dynamic display, which will be located on the northern building wall, it's angled to face the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and El Segundo Boulevard. It's measured about 60 feet tall by 42 feet wide for a total of about 2,500 square feet. And it's expected to be on from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. We are supporting this proposal because of the development agreement that I'll talk about later on, which will provide the city with community benefits. So the request before you tonight is for a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from general commercial to specific plan. It also includes an amendment to the text in the land use plan. There's a specific plan to adopt the Gardena Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan. There's a zone change to change the zoning from C3, General Commercial, to the Gardena Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan. There's a zoning code amendment to amend the Gardena Municipal Code, which will add the Gardena Transit-Oriented Development Specific Plan as a new zone, and it will also amend text to allow for the digital dynamic display. There's a development agreement that will provide the developer with vested rights to build over a 5-year period with a possibility of extensions. And as mentioned before, the city will receive community benefits as a result of the development agreement. There's also a specific site plan review in order to develop the 265 unit apartment building project, and a lot line adjustment to combine the 4 lots into one. In regards to the general plan amendment, this shows what the land use plan currently looks like on the left-hand side. We're proposing that the general plan amendment, it be changed from general commercial, which is shown in the red there, to specific plan. So currently it's general commercial depicted in the red. And afterwards, once approved, the designation will be specific plan, shown in the crosshatch on the right. Similarly, the zoning ordinance or zoning map will be changed from C3 on the left to Gardena Transit Oriented Development Specific Plan to the right. In regards to the zoning code amendment, the zoning code amendment will amend the Gardena Municipal Code to add the Gardena Transit Oriented Development Specific Plan as a zoning designation. It will also amend the code to allow digital dynamic displays when approved by the development agreement and allowed in the zone. So in regards to the development agreement, I mentioned it will bring community benefits to the city. There will be a share of revenue for 30 years. There will be a minimum of $75,000 per year, or 25% net profits, whichever is higher, that will go towards the city. The city will receive community programming time in order to advertise for business, arts, and community-related non-commercial programming. The developer is encouraged to have local hiring and local buying, a local buying program, and to buy locally for construction-related items. And it's estimated the hiring of 400 workers will be done as a result of this project. There will also be indirect benefits from workers spending within the city of Gardena. In regards to the site plan review, it's normally approved by the Planning Commission. However, since there is a specific plan involved, the City Council will be approving the site plan review. And that's for the development and design of the project before you. It should be noted that LA County Fire Department did approve the 26-foot wide fire lane along the north and south. And this is the site plan. So as mentioned, there is a fire lane on the north side of the project site and on the south side. There's also gates there to prohibit people from going into the fire lane. There's a Knox box which allows the fire department and other emergency vehicles in order to access the fire lane. There's a service road along the Dominguez Channel, which is actually off the project site, which allows fire department trucks to get around the building. As mentioned, the main entrance into the parking garage is located in the center of the project. And this is showing the ground level floor. So this shows a parking lot, which consists of the majority of that ground level floor. On the north side, you'll have that leasing office and a lobby and a meeting room and a mail room for residents. And on the south side, you'll have some units down below. And I'll discuss this a little bit further in one of the other slides. In terms of outdoor amenities, this shows the third and fourth levels. So from this line here to the left is level 3. You can see that there will be an outdoor courtyard on level 3. And similarly on level 4, you'll have 2 outdoor courtyards for residents. And on the south end of the property, there'll also be a little dog park. So this shows the ground level floor details of the north end and the southern end. On the left-hand side, you see the fire lane, as mentioned. Again, these gates will be locked at all times, except for emergency purposes. If there are moving trucks needed for residents to be able to move their furniture, they'll have to schedule appointments with the leasing office, which will give them access to have their moving vehicles enter into the fire lane and park there temporarily for a limited time in order for them to move their furniture. You can see in this that there is a leasing office, a lobby for residents. The mail will be located in the mail room. There's also a meeting room. And you can see some of the parking spaces here. The actual pickup area, which would still be determined though, but it would be most likely located along this area close to the lobby. So if people need to be picked up for a ride, they would go here in this area into the lobby and be able to get picked up. On the southern end of the project site, you have the fire lane, and you also have this area here, which is a dog park. Similarly, there will be gates gated off, and those will be used for the fire department. Those gates will be equipped with Knox boxes in order to allow the fire department to have access. The dog run will be made out of synthetic turf over LA County Fire Department approved subbase, and there will also be decorative concrete pavers. This shows the third floor courtyard details. So this is one of the amenities provided. This is the one with the pool deck. This level is called the social. The pool deck measures about 12 by 22 foot pool. It will have lounge seating, day beds, and pottery. There'll be a spa lounge next to that, which is about 8 by 12 feet. There'll be specimen trees, day beds, and pottery. There's a living room area that will be decorated with sofas, pottery, and decorative curtains. The 1 and 2 bedroom units will have private patios. There's also a fire lounge, which will provide residents with lounge seating, a fire pit, pottery, barbecue, and gathering tables. You have your club room, which will be indoors. And next to that, the fitness room and an outdoor fitness lawn. And there'll also be an entertainment area with a TV, decorative tiling, lounge seating, pendant lights, and a pool table. On the 4th floor, the northern courtyard will include a fire lounge with a fire pit and lounge chairs, and a game lawn with a ping pong, synthetic turf, festival lighting, sofas, and umbrellas. The southern courtyard on the 4th floor will include a dining room with a barbecue, dining tables, pottery, and pendant lights. And it will also include a chill area, which will include a pottery, fire pit, sofa, and a foosball table. In regards to the lot line adjustment, I mentioned this earlier, this would be to combine the 4 lots into 1. If the city council does approve this project, it will be as a condition that the director approve the lot line adjustment. And in terms of general plan consistency, the project is required to be consistent with the general plan goals and policies. So it needs to be consistent with the community development element, the community resources element, the community safety element, and probably most importantly, the housing element. If approved, this project will satisfy about 10% of the regional housing needs assessment for moderate needs. In terms of the economic benefits, our city manager mentioned these earlier, but there will be a one-time impact fee of $265,000. Construction-related fees estimated to be about $1.25 million. Yearly property tax of $110,000, which is a lot more than the $40,000 per year that we are currently collecting. There'll be a yearly business license fee of $2,660. The current fee is currently $125. And there will be an increased yearly utility users tax of $15,000. There will also be spending of new residents within the Gardena area. The digital dynamic display will have a minimum revenue of $75,000 per year for 30 years. And we'll have community programming time of 8% of total display time. The project will also be a catalyst for other development in the area. And at this point, I want to turn it over to Rita Garcia, who's our environmental consultant from Kimley Horn, and she'll give a discussion on the environmental impact report. Are you there, Rita?
I believe the city clerk's office has to move her over.
I'm not sure if she's here yet. I could continue on with the presentation and then have her come back at the end.
Clerk, can we just have the city clerk's office move Rita over, please, to a panelist? This is Assistant City Attorney Kranitz.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we give the city clerk's office a few minutes to get her moved over? And John, why don't you maybe just continue more, and your next break, we can bring in the representative from Kimley Horn.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm the representative from Kimley Horn is now on.
Oh, okay. We'll go with that.
Okay. So I'll let Rita go ahead and share her screen. I'll stop sharing for now.
Yeah, remove that one.
John, I apologize. I thought I had provided my PowerPoint to the city earlier today.
You did.
You didn't have that?
You did, Rita.
I could bring it up. I did save it over.
Thank you.
Give me just a moment, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Serta, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, and members of the council. While we wait for the PowerPoint to come up, my name is Rita Garcia. As I mentioned earlier, I am with Kimley Horn and Associates, and I served as project managers for the project's environmental documentation. And this evening, what I'd like to share with you is I'll be presenting on the project's CEQA process, or California Environmental Quality Act. Now we'll just wait 1 minute to catch up with my PowerPoint, and then I'll continue. But in the meantime, I guess I'll begin. One of the slides that you'll be seeing is it's a summary of the project's CEQA process. The CEQA process began with preparation of an initial study and the project's notice of preparation, and that the intent of that notice was to communicate to the public the city's intent to prepare an environmental impact report. The notice of preparation and initial study were distributed for a 30-day public review period. There you go. Thank you. Apologize for any inconvenience. Let's see. Can we forward 2 slides, please? Thank you. Thank you so much. So anyways, again, this slide, its intent is to summarize the project's CEQA process. Again, it began with the preparation of an initial study and the notice of preparation. These were distributed for a 30-day public review period, which occurred August 20th through September 18th, 2020. During that 30-day public review period, we did hold a scoping meeting, and that was held on September 2nd, 2020. Following the scoping meeting, we initiated preparation of the project's draft EIR. That was completed earlier this year. And again, that went through a 45-day public review period, which occurred January 15th through March 1st of this year. Following the draft EIR, we gathered the public comment letters received during the public review period and prepared draft responses to those comment letters. Upon completion of the final EIR, there was a planning commission hearing that occurred on April 6th. And now we see we're at the milestone of the city council hearing. Two key steps are following tonight's hearing. One is ordinance adoption, which is scheduled for May 11th. And then we have the final step, which would be issuing the notice of determination, which we would file and prepare if and when the project is approved. Next slide, please. So just as a brief reminder to all, the purpose of an environmental impact report is to identify a project's potentially significant impacts on the environment and indicate how those can be avoided or mitigated, to identify unavoidable adverse impacts that cannot be mitigated, and to identify reasonable and feasible alternatives that would eliminate or avoid any significant adverse environmental impacts or reduce those to a less than significant level. Next slide, please. So this slide communicates all of the 15 environmental issue areas that we examined in the EIR, an A to Z of environmental issue areas, including aesthetics, cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards, noise, population and housing, transportation, and utilities and service systems, among others. Next slide, please. So all aspects of a project's potential impacts were considered in the environmental analysis. That included the project's direct and indirect impacts, short-term construction-related and long-term operational impacts, cumulative impacts, which considered the project's impacts as combined with other related projects, growth-inducing impacts, and unavoidable impacts. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the EIR found that for all of those 15 resource areas, most would result in no impact or a less than significant impact. For 5 resource areas, the project would result in a less than significant impact with mitigation incorporated. And those were cultural resources, geology and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, tribal cultural resources, and transportation. For one resource area, and specifically noise, and that's construction-related noise, the EIR did find that the project would result in a significant and unavoidable impact. Concerning this impact, we just wanted to note that a construction noise is exempt from the city's noise ordinance. However, given that the project had an extended construction period of 27 months and did involve 8 stories of construction, we conservatively concluded a significant and unavoidable impact concerning construction noise, although that is exempt from the city's noise ordinance. Next slide, please. The EIR also considered 4 alternatives to the proposed project. The first alternative was the no project, no construction alternative. And this alternative assumes that the project would remain in its current condition with no development occurring on the project site. As summarized in this, it would result in greater impacts for some resource areas and lesser impacts for others, but it would generally fail to meet all of the project alternatives. All the project objectives. There was a second alternative that was analyzed. That's the no project existing land use designation alternative. Under this alternative, the assumption was that future development could reasonably be anticipated to occur on the project site pursuant to the existing land use designation. And as summarized here, there were greater impacts for some resource areas and lesser for others, equal for some. Again, this one failed to meet all of the project objectives. The third alternative was the no digital sign alternative. This alternative was essentially the same as the proposed project, except that it did exclude the digital sign alternative. This project alternative, again, resulted in similar impacts for most resource areas as the project, but less impacts for others. It did meet all of the project objectives except one. The final alternative we considered in the EIR was the reduced density alternative. And this was similar to the proposed project, except that it did propose fewer dwelling units, approximately 95 fewer dwelling units for a total of 168 dwelling units, and 2 less floors of development for a total of 6 stories. This alternative did meet all of the project objectives. However, it did so to a lesser degree than the proposed project. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then the EIR did determine that that last alternative, number 4, the reduced density alternative, was considered the environmentally superior alternative. However, given the 168 dwelling units and the 6 stories of development, did not avoid the project's significant and unavoidable impact concerning construction noise. In other words, the significant and unavoidable impact for construction would occur with this alternative as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. So at completion, the draft EIR was distributed for public review to responsible and trustee agencies, the public at large, interested groups and organizations. It underwent a 45-day public review period that occurred between January 15th and March 1st of 2021. The draft EIR was also filed with the state clearinghouse, which made the document directly available to various state agencies. Next slide, please. During the 45-day public review period, we did receive 2 comment letters, one from the LA County Fire Department, and the nature of that letter was essentially regarding conditions of approval. The second comment letter that was received was from Caltrans, and it communicated that the project would not result in any adverse impacts to any state facilities. So neither of the 2 comment letters, either the LA County Fire or Caltrans, addressed the draft EIR's adequacy or raised any new significant environmental issues that were not already addressed in the EIR. So, and again, next slide, please. Thank you. So finally, just to remind the council, there's the 2 steps that are remaining in this project secret process, which is ordinance adoptions, which is scheduled to occur on May 11th. And then finally, filing the notice of determination that occurs when a project is approved. I'll be available for the rest of the evening and gladly answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue and share my screen and finish the presentation real quick. Rita already mentioned that this project has been advertised a number of times in regards to CEQA. We also published the public hearing notice in the Gardena Valley News and also the Hawthorne Press Tribune or Herald. And that's because the project site is located in the northwest corner next to the city of Hawthorne. So we wanted to make sure that people in the Hawthorne area were also notified. We also mailed the notice to owners and occupants within 300 feet of the radius of the project site and sent it to interested parties. And so with that, our recommendation is that the City Council adopt resolution number 6507, which certifies the EIR and adopts the other environmental documents, that they adopt resolution number 6508, which amends the land use plan and makes other minor text changes primarily related to these specific plans, and that the City Council introduce ordinance number 1828 related to the established zones and digital billboards, amending the zoning map, approving a specific plan, which includes a site plan, and approving a development agreement. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions. And as mentioned, yeah, we've dealt with the housing issue quite a bit with our housing workshops. We know that this is one of the things that the city needs. The state wants us to build more housing in our communities. And this will definitely be, I guess, the impetus in order to, if approved, have other developments possibly coming into the city as well. So we are available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, this is a public hearing, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and officially open the hearing. Let me see. Let's start with
Madam Mayor?
yes.
Excuse me, this is Assistant City Attorney Kranitz.
Mhm.
The applicant also has a presentation, and they should be the next ones to make a presentation.
Okay.
before we start taking general.
That's fine.
comments. Thank you.
That's fine. So we have the applicant.
We do, Madam Mayor. Mr. Signo, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Sure.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. This is Josh Fassbinder and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. I have a presentation prepared, but quite honestly, I'd like to run through it pretty quickly. John did a great job covering what I think really is the meat of the project along with the city manager. So in the interest of time, I don't want to keep everybody waiting. I'll share my screen, but I'm going to run through this pretty quick, but feel free to stop me if you've got any questions. 1 second here. Okay, very quickly, again, my name is Josh Fassbinder. We are the applicant and co-developer on the project along with Gilad Ganache at Blackwood. The Dinnerstein Companies is currently developing the project just north of this in the city of Hawthorne on Crenshaw. We are a family-owned business that's been around over 60 years. We're a vertically integrated company. What that means is you have construction, management, and development all rolled into the same organization. So we are the general contractor on the project up the street and are managing it just like we would be this one. We currently have a number of projects in Southern California focusing really on urban infill development. Gilad and his group are really focused on transit-oriented development and feel like our strengths both really tie together nicely on this site. Again, the site, we've already kind of covered that, so I'll jump to the next slide. Just as a way of kind of pictures and evidence of the existing condition out there. These pictures were taken earlier this month. There's a number of different words you could use to describe the site in its current condition, from disrepair, underutilized, dilapidated, neglected, dangerous. You pick the adjective here, but we think, again, this is currently a very underutilized property given all of the things that are happening in the northern part of the city. And with that, we'd like to introduce the project. We think this is really going to be the gateway into the city of Gardena here off of Crenshaw. We're very excited to present this tonight. Again, I think staff did a great job covering most of the bases. So again, I'll continue just to run through the project here. Very quickly, I want to just give an update as far as what we're proposing mix-wise. We have 265 units that we are permitted to build subject to your approval. The bulk of those units are studios and one bedrooms. We have 85% of the units fall into those two categories. The average square footage of the unit is just under 700 square feet at 691. So again, we think this project is well designed, well conceived, and has the right mix given the demographics in the area. We've also talked about the digital display, the dynamic display there, and again, the revenue and community benefit that display will provide. Again, we've talked already about kind of the highlights of the project. This just shows the project upon completion in context with the Millennium South Bay just up the street that we are developing. You'll see that the projects are roughly the same height, with our parking garage on the South Bay being just over 90 feet and the proposed project here just being over 90 as well. So both projects again seem to fit well within the context of what's happening in the area and along Crenshaw Boulevard. Again, transit-rich environment. This was touched on earlier. Its adjacency to Metro. its adjacency to the Green Line. We really feel like that is a catalyst for this type of development in this location. One of the things that we will be doing is a number of transportation demand management measures. Rita hit on that earlier as part of the EIR analysis. This includes pre-leasing for area employees, where they have essentially a 30-day early look to lease units before they're open to the general public. We'll be providing free Metro passes to residents as a way to understand and incentivize them to take mass transit as an educational program. We'll have a transit kiosk on site to help with education and awareness. It was highlighted earlier, the unbundling of parking. So essentially that parking will be separate charge from your monthly rent for your apartment. Again, it's been demonstrated by both Metro and Caltrans in their letters in response and support of the project that by doing that, we'll provide less dependence on automobiles and more dependence on other modes of transportation. We'll have an on-site bike room. The project will also provide one bike space per unit. And then as John mentioned, we will have a ride share pickup drop off strategically located within the center of the project at the bottom of our elevator adjacent to our lobby, again, for ease of access for residents. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this next slide because again, I think most of these were covered already. We will be acting, as I mentioned earlier, as the general contractor. And so again, some of the things that we've committed to, we can enforce and follow through on, from the local hiring program to the local buying program. We will have over 400 both full-time and part-time workers that'll be involved as part of this project. So the economic benefits there will be significant to the city. The increase again in safety and the decrease of blight from the images you saw earlier. One of the big things I do want to focus in on is we will be undergrounding the utility lines. If anybody's seen the Millennium South Bay project recently with those lines underground, it makes a world of a difference visually to the street. We will be incurring that cost. It's over $4 million for us to underground those lines. And again, that'll be at our sole cost, with no city dollars will be spent to do that. And again, I think Clint mentioned earlier the increase in property values from $4,000 now to over $100,000 post completion of the new project. Real quick on the community benefits, I just want to touch on two things here. The digital media display that we will be doing, it's 100% our cost to install and to make that display operational. There's no cost or obligation from the city. Your city decision makers were very good in the negotiation here to make sure that they got what they needed, both from a profit sharing as well as from a community benefits perspective. So 25% of the net profits, that's projected at almost $3.5 million over the 30-year agreement with the city, which is a significant amount of money that will be able to be used for a number of different good causes. And then also on the share side, what that means is essentially the city is being able to grant 8% of the available time per day. At a minimum, they will be able to use that. We've also agreed to provide up to 50% of any unsold time and unused time back to the city as well. And again, what this ultimately means is that's over 4 minutes per hour. Clips are typically 15 to 30 seconds. So this means countless opportunities for new businesses and different services within the city to be able to advertise on this dynamic display. I'm going to take a quick pause right here. If the city clerk doesn't mind, I will stop sharing. We have a video that we put together. Again, we're developing the project up the street. I'd like to play that video. It shows our project will be done later next month. Really, our first phase will be open, and later this summer, the project will be complete. But I want to give you a sense of the quality that we're talking about here. You know, we envision this Gardena project to be a version 2.0 of what we're doing up the street, but certainly want to give everybody a sense of the quality and the finishes that we're building up the street, which will be very representative of this. So City Clerk, if you don't mind playing that first video for me. Thank you for playing that for me. I appreciate it. So real quick, going back and again to finish, a number of amenities that we'll have at that project. I welcome anybody happy to tour you through it, meet anybody over there. I'm excited to present it, and anybody that's walked in it has walked out with an application or somebody they want to move into it. So we're very proud of what we're doing there, but more proud of what we're presenting tonight. Again, is kind of a version 2.0. So again, we'll have elevated pools. We've got these grand lobbies. We've got a number of different amenities, be it fitness, be it fire pits, electric charging stations, really, again, stuff that we're excited to be able to present and build ultimately here in the city of this is a perspective of what it would look like. It's taking a second here to. Oh, there we go. So this is the pool courtyard that we have, again, just to give you an idea of what it looks like. John went through some of the details and the things that we've got in here. You're kind of under a covered lanai looking across to another one. The pool, again, up on the 3rd floor overlooking Crenshaw, views of the west, a lot of unobstructed views. Really excited about how this is turning out. We've got another courtyard that I'll show you. Again, we've got 2 courtyards up on the 4th floor, again, facing west, overlooking Crenshaw. So again, very excited how these turned out. Really, again, communal spaces for residents to be able to continue to build community, build retention, and want to continue to stay in this market and spend dollars here in the city. These are just, I'm going to run through quickly. Again, the upper left one you saw just now from the city of Hawthorne. We've got projects we build all over the place, but really, again, amenity spaces, finishes are very important to us. And again, we hope that that comes through in the project here. So I'll just run through these quickly. This is a project on the left that we recently finished in the city of Santa Monica, along with the lower right project picture there. The images here, again, of Santa Monica on the left and Hawthorne on the right. You got a sense when we showed the model unit in the video of Hawthorne, but the finishes, state-of-the-art kitchens, modern bathrooms, nice countertops, stainless steel appliances, high ceilings, in-unit laundry, premium flooring, secured parking. Again, really something that is not currently existing in this part of the city, and we're very excited about the opportunity to develop. Again, want to just talk quickly about the quality of the design and the materials that we're using here. We've got a number of different stuccos that we will be using from the color standpoint to kind of break up some of the massing. We've got some metal wall panels that we'll be providing. You can see there in some of the box detail. We've got this fiber cement panel board that kind of looks like a wood look there. We've got enhanced concrete materials kind of facing the garage to help, again, close that garage off and make it look very aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Aluminum awnings, and we've got railing details as well. So a lot of different things here. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to the city clerk real quick to help me with the last video. And this video is actually of our project that we're proposing tonight within the city of Gardena, is a fly through of what you would see once this project is complete. So this is going to be a fly through coming down, going north on Crenshaw, kind of past the property, and then, kind of back up the street. It's our pool courtyard. This is the secondary courtyard. And then we've got another courtyard that I showed an image of earlier, again, up on the 4th floor, overlooking Crenshaw. And you can see the different materials, the different aesthetics. Again, very excited about how the project overall turned out. Well, with that, that concludes our presentation this evening. Again, very much appreciate the opportunity. We've got our whole team here. If there's questions or anybody has anything they'd like to talk about, we're certainly available to do so. But thank you again for the opportunity to present.
All right. Thank you. Lisa, is there anything else before I open the hearing?
No, now would be the time to continue on with the public comment.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we're going to officially open the public hearing. And let's go ahead and see if there's anybody from the public who has any questions or comments at this time, and then I'll open it up to council members. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item here?
Yes, we do. I see 3 hands are up.
Okay.
First person is Zahid Ahmed,
Okay,
followed by Stephen Ludwig and Wanda Love.
okay,
So I'll let Deputy City Clerk take over.
okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council and City Mayor. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Yes. Oh, good. Thank you so much. So I was looking at this development. I mean, this would be an excellent hotel, but you know, it would be an excellent hotel if this was a hotel. But I was looking at, you know, we have option number 4, which is 168 less units. It's the alternative in the environmental mitigation study. It would meet all the existing development requirements. No amendments would be required. And essentially it would be environmentally superior alternative where we're if we go ahead and select option number 4. Also, you know, essentially this is way too many units, 8 stories, you know, and City of Hawthorne down the street, they have very strict rules and regulations. The South Bay Hawthorne Millennium, the development is actually 2 stories less and has less units if you look at that study. There's also 25% of profit. Why not ask for 25% of net sales? Because essentially, how do you distinguish profit minus the administration fee, repair fees, depreciation on Schedule C? So essentially, also I would put a clause in for Gardena residents to have access to the courtyard and the gym. And gym, of course, you could charge a flat fee, $10 or $20 for gym and pool fee for Gardena residents. You need to have a Gardena registered ID or driver's license. Also include a retail component. For example, restaurants like Chipotle, Panda Express, you know, that brings in revenue. 262 units is way too much. It needs to be reduced to option number 4, which is on the environmental mitigation, which would require no amendments on this on this item. Also, there should be a land in lieu fee of at least $20,000 per unit, so the city can use those funds to purchase new parkland in the community. Also, the advertisement billboard needs to have restrictions for no alcohol, no gun violence, movies, advertisements, no advertisement of drugs, and have restrictions on what advertisements can be displayed. Dog parks should be open to the public, and it should be City of Rancho Palos Verdes. Trump Golf Course is open to the public from sunrise to sunset, and also make the pool available to the community free of, or a $10 fee per month. And so that's what I would do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Clerk, our next speaker.
Good evening. This is Stephen Ludwig. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I really appreciate you staying up to this hour to allow me to voice my comments regarding this project. I think it's a wonderful project. It's a beautiful project. I think that the developers have done a magnificent job bringing much needed high quality housing to the community. I own a business locally in the city of Gardena called Tesoro Products. We manufacture luxury interior finishes for projects just like this. And I think it's important to note that in this project, it had been mentioned that the developers will be reaching out to hire local and buy local. And the developers have proactively reached out to our business, have come to our facilities to see our products and what we may be able to offer to their project. And so I think it's highly admirable that they've been proactive in acting upon the agreements that they've made with the city to, in our scenario, potentially buy local. And so I applaud their efforts for designing an incredible project and for proactively reaching out to local businesses like mine. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ludwig, for sharing that information with us. Next speaker.
Good evening again, Council. I, for the sake of time, I don't want to, go over the same thing that the presenters has went over tonight, but there is nothing that I can say about this project negative. I mean, they have covered everything, the amenities that they're offering to the tenants, the benefits that the residents will receive, the asset that it will become to the city, the different direction that it can turn the city in with other developers and other projects potentially coming to the city. I mean, I see nothing wrong with this project, and I am very hopeful that this project will be approved as it is, as it's been presented tonight. Because all I see is this project advancing the city, moving us forward in a direction that we need to move in, should have moved in. And I am so proud of this project. I mean, I've talked to the developers several times. I initially had some concerns I brought to them. They assured me that they would take care of them. And if there was any issues with the community, that they would address it as the community needs arose. I don't want to take up the whole 3 minutes because everybody has done an excellent presentation. So I'm really hopeful that you guys will approve this project. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments as well. Okay, Madam City Clerk, do we have any other speakers at this time?
Yes, we have Joey Rogers is
Okay.
next.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking on behalf of Coastline Real Estate Advisors. We are an owner-operator of multifamily buildings in the South Bay. We are coming up close on 1,000 units, with a smaller portion of that in the city of Gardena. We have recently increased our investment in the city of Gardena. We really like the area, and we've been very closely watching both this project and just the general rezonings. I mean, I've heard Mr. Signo's presentation probably 3 or 4 times at this point, and he has it nailed down to a T. Does a great job with everything. But yeah, we're just incredibly excited about this project and what it means going forward. I can tell you we are 100% interested in increasing our investment in the city of Gardena, both just through large capital improvements to existing multifamily product that is there and dated, and through projects similar to Mr. Bassbinder's that are equal or potentially greater to his scale and providing housing to those in the South Bay. So we are absolutely supportive, and that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk? Are you muted still?
We have no other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to open it up to City Council members. If you have any questions or comments at this time. Does any member of the council? Okay, let's start first with Councilmember Cascana, and then we're going to go to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Josh, your presentation was great. Thank you for John too as well, and Rita. It's a great project. No question asked. Basically, it's all put in front of us. I mean, it's pretty good. But I have one question. Actually, I have 2. what's roughly going to be the rent on those apartments that you guys going to rent it? I mean, if you can't give the numbers now, that's fine with me too. And is it any possibility, as Mr. Zahid Ahmed mentioned earlier, any like a retail store on the bottom where it says leasing? You may be like a Starbucks. I'm pretty sure it's going to work perfectly over there, or like a small, coffee shop or something.
Yeah, both very good questions, Councilman. On the rent side, it's going to be market rate. So it's a little bit early and premature for us to kind of quote rates today. We really just try to triangulate rents based off of, Joey's apartments and other apartments that are in the area. So it's going to be, reflective of that. So, if rents go down by $100, it'll be $100 less, tomorrow, kind of a thing. So we usually are about 60 to 90 days out before we develop. We've got some rents that are kind of assumed today, but they're not really indicative of what they'll be, again, 2+ years when that property opens. Specific to the retail side, I can only talk about what I know in the trade area. Two things: we have 3,100 feet, 3,200 feet up the street at the Millennium South Bay project. We've had a hard time trying to lease that space. I think primarily because of the pandemic, but also in the same deal we have here, we are mid-block. We don't have great visibility or kind of access, if you will, from a retail perspective. You mentioned Starbucks. They're currently looking and focusing on primarily drive-through locations, right? So they're getting out of some of these other inline spaces. We have, and as staff mentioned earlier, a right-in, right-out only access, which from a retail perspective, and concerning and difficult to do. So we felt like rather than try to put some retail on the ground floor to pacify kind of a mixed use concept that ultimately is mid-block and probably will never get leased up, we can at least activate that ground floor space by putting our leasing office and those kind of uses down there to make it feel like it's active, to help generate new tenants across the street or the retail north of El Segundo there, that we'd love to see some of that stuff get turned over. So we hope this is a catalyst to bring retail in locations that we think are more suited.
One more thing, Madam Mayor, if you allow me.
Go ahead.
It's going to be like a manager or like a concierge on the at the building, or how is it going to be managed?
Yeah, full-time management. So we'll have a full-time staff that's there, probably of somewhere between 7 to 8 people. So yes, we'll have some kind of a greeter, somebody that's kind of a host or concierge that greets people as they come in. We'll have, again, a full-time staff from maintenance through our leasing team. So yes, we'll have, it'll be professionally managed. This is all we do for a living. So absolutely, we want to make sure we've got, putting the right frame and right smile, all that stuff on when people enter the building, make sure it's secure and make sure, again, people feel welcome. So yes, it'll be managed full-time by people on site.
All right, thank you very much. Great project.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I definitely want to give staff, Josh, as well as Rita, some kudos on this presentation. Obviously, you guys were very well prepped in regards to a lot of things that we would potentially ask. So my list of 20 questions are now down to 2 questions, which is actually great because you answered quite a bit of them. First question that I have for staff: did we get any responses from the residents in R1 just to the east of that project potentially?
No, we sent notices out to 300 feet, anybody within 300 feet of the project site, and we didn't get any written inquiries from any of the residents from in the residential neighborhoods. We did receive 3 letters, and that was prior to the planning commission meeting, which we forwarded over to the city council.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, now I realize construction will be an impact to northbound traffic on Crenshaw, but at the end of the project, will we widen out the right lane so there's kind of like a turn in, so people don't have to, back people up and rear end people as they're trying to turn right into their home? Is that something we're looking at?
There is not a right turn pocket, deceleration lane getting into the property. No, it would just be along that most right I guess, east side turn there off Crenshaw would be the current condition.
Okay, thank you. Now let me shoot it over to Mayor Pro Tem. What do you think about that? Is that a deal breaker or no? Rodney? To have that decelerate? Okay, cool. Other than that, I think the presentation was wonderful, and I actually do like this project. I think it's definitely moving us forward and gonna have a great economic impact to our community.
Okay, great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Rodney, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bassett, that is a great project. You guys have done a lot of homework on this place. And it brings a lot of just greatness, just that corner, because the property there really was kind of dilapidated. John, you and Rita, you guys did a great job, but I'm going to tell you that this area needs you. With all of SpaceX, with all those technical places that are there, you guys have brought in a place that people can walk to, people can get on the Green Line and get to, Manhattan, to all the places that have techno businesses and stuff that they need to get to without using a car. So all the things that you're doing for green, this project all fits in. And the way that the South Bay is talking right now with a lot of the travel network and using bicycles and motorized scooters and golf carts and things that keep the gases down. This project is really something that is probably going to be a starter for everybody else in this area. But we appreciate what you've done. I can hardly wait for this billboard to go up to see what kind of things that you put on, because I was worried about it at first, and I read your entire thing about the illumination, the size, how it affects traffic. It is probably no worse than a cell phone, but it's a great thing, and I'm kind of waiting to see like our jazz festival advertisement on it. I saw your presentation had the mayor and our city symbol on it. I don't know if anybody else caught that. But it was pretty cool. So thank you so much for picking our city, because we're the hidden gem of the South Bay, and everybody's going to follow your lead.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Josh, can you just briefly mention some of the things that we said we didn't want? For instance, like no marijuana advertising. I'm trying to remember something else.
Yeah, so there are going to be certain things absolutely that are spelled out in the development agreement where, again, we don't want in any way the speaker who spoke earlier about some of the awareness that the city's doing. Yeah, we want to make sure that there's nothing here that puts the city in any sort of a negative light or position. So yes, we've agreed to restrict, drugs. There will be alcohol, obviously we'll be able to advertise that, but illicit drugs, things like that, we'll make sure we stay away from. Any sort of pornography, those kind of things. We are not in the business of advertising. We're a family-owned company, and that's just not who and how we want to be represented, just as the city wouldn't either.
Right. So Rodney, just so you know, for instance, we said no marijuana, no vaping, adult entertainment, things that, like, for instance, the city is, already saying no to, like anything ever, as I mentioned, marijuana related, vaping, all of that. So that's just so for your edification, we know that. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I do, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Francis, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me see. As I was reading the report, I think we do need some rental property, because a lot of the construction that's going on is a residential townhouse for sale. So I think it would add to the mix of offerings in our city. I think that my concern is about the height, 8 stories at that particular site. That is, we have I work in the city of Inglewood, and we have on the corner of La Brea and Regent, there's an 8-story apartment type complex going up there, and it's almost overpowering. It's pretty imposing, but I think we do need it, and it would take care of a portion of our housing allowance. But let me ask you this question. I understand previous to one of the previous uses that this particular site was identified as brownfield. It was on a brownfields list. Has that issue been resolved, or how was it resolved? Because it was, I understand it was a bowling alley, and then there was a auto parts store, and they collected waste oil, motor oil and oil filters and all that stuff. But it was on the brownfields list. Was that resolved?
Rita, I don't know if you want to answer that question though,
Yes,
but
yes. Council Member Francis, yes, the EIR does have a section on hazard and hazardous materials, and that evaluated all of the historic uses on the site for what are called recognized environmental conditions. There are mitigation measures that are recommended to mitigate any potential conditions, as well as there are state and federal regulations that dictate what occurs during construction, and the compliance with those are required. And so that was one of the resource areas that was considered to be less than significant, but did require mitigation to reduce those impacts. So all of those impacts were evaluated. As far as a site being on a list of listed database sites, give me a moment, please. I'm opening that and I will verify that. If
Yeah,
you,
I should have written, I didn't note the particular page number, but it did talk about being on Brownsville's list at one time. And I don't know how, it was an auto parts site for a long time. I happen to live in the area. And perhaps the reason that you maybe didn't get any response because that units behind it, is all apartments just about, except there is some housing, single family housings, but mostly within 300 feet. It's mostly apartments and businesses. I was also wondering when you talked about the type of developments that are around the surrounding areas, there was no mention of all the warehouses that are kind of, right behind, in fact, right behind the Millennium Project. It's all Amazon warehouses with a lot of trucks. I didn't see that mentioned in the report. Is that important to be mentioned in there? Somewhere in the analysis of the area, it talked about manufacturing industrial sites, but it didn't mention Amazon and the warehousing that's going on over there.
are you asking concerning the warehousing regarding the, what specifically is your concern? Is it regarding the trucking operations at those other facilities and how they would affect future residents, or what specifically was your concern regarding that?
And that it wasn't mentioned. I was just kind of curious. It's just, as you read things, like you jot down questions. Oh, I didn't see anything about that. It was just a curiosity. I was just wondering.
We did, real quick, Reed, I guess I can jump in. So Councilmember Francis, we did study that and determine that no health risks were prevalent or required to be mitigated. So it was studied, those areas and surrounding uses, including the stuff to the north of us where Amazon is.
Okay. All right, and as far as being Gardena transit-oriented development specifically, that's because there's a bus stop right there on the corner? Is that why it?
No, it's the proximity to the green line. So you're within so many distance or miles of that. So you become TOD, plus it becomes an additional TOD. Like if this were in the city of LA, it would be the highest tier TOD location in the city's classification, because of the bus stop, because of the other things in proximity to it, in addition to the green line. And then real quick, just a comment that was mentioned earlier, and I think Councilmember Henderson mentioned it. So staff did a phenomenal job here making sure, and then I got to give kudos to Assistant City Attorney Lisa for really her efforts here. When we did a scoping meeting, there were neighbors that came out from the surrounding single family community. We reached out to all of those folks as a follow-up to that scoping meeting and made sure that questions and comments and concerns that they had, we addressed as best we could. And hopefully the fact that, we have, essentially no one here tonight is evidence that we did a good job on that outreach through both staff's efforts as well as the developers' efforts. So I do want to I just want to make sure that was, put on the record or mentioned to everybody on this Zoom.
Since you mentioned that, you don't think that because we're in the middle of COVID and pandemic, that might not have had a negative impact?
It's interesting. What we found actually through these Zooms is we've had more attendance from community folks because it's easier for them to attend.
for this particular project? I was just curious.
You know, again, in general, we've seen attendance up. So I don't know if that's just reflective of just the city of and community of Gardena, but we have seen across the country, we do this all the time and have done a bunch of them during the pandemic. The attendance from community members has been up because of the ease of being able to attend these, where before you'd have to physically drive to them, et cetera. And it just didn't, you know, so we have seen attendance up overall.
Yeah, I think in your report, it said there were 2 people in the public scoping meeting.
That's correct.
I was just wondering.
Yeah, you were correct. 2 people. That's exactly right.
And as far as,
Councilwoman,
yeah,
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Henderson. Yes, to answer your question specifically on whether the project is located on a site which is included on a hazardous material sites, that issue is addressed under impact 4.7-2 on EIR page 4.719, and the answer is not on a hazardous sites list compiled by pursuant to California Government Code section. You know, as I mentioned previously, there were what are known as recognized environmental conditions given the historic uses of the site. For example, the site had historically been used as an agricultural use and auto parts manufacturing, but there was a phase 2 conducted to evaluate the potential impacts associated with those recognized environmental conditions, and as a result, there are mitigation measures. Let's see.
So the only reason I'm asking is because we have had issues within the city before where there was a development on potential or former brownfield site, and it was discovered, you know, years later that and they had to go back and take care of it. So I was thinking if it were, you know, if it was on the brownfields list, I was just wondering what has been done to remove it off the list, or what will be done to make sure all those concerns are taken care of before the construction goes up, just for the developers' benefit and as well as the cities.
Absolutely. It is not on a list, but there are the historic uses, but there are mitigation measures to address potential impacts. And those are all like mitigation measure. It's called -1, which addresses a demolition plan for dismantling of the building and yeah. So, and then has 2, which addresses, you know, the
but the asbestos concern.
Correct, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious. So I guess all that'll be taken care of within the whole process, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and again, it's important to, you know, you more so than to us, right? I mean, we want to make sure that this is a safe building for people to live in. So we'll do, you know, a vapor barrier that we can help, you know, a passive one that goes kind of between the ground and the building. We've got the concrete where you don't have residential in some locations on the ground floor and they're 3 stories up. So there's a number of things that we're going to be doing, but we will absolutely follow the letter of the law when it comes to environmental. It's not something to be screwed with, and we don't want to mess with it.
Yeah. Yeah, in addition, to add to that vapor barrier, you know, when the analysis was conducted, the screening levels were not exceeded. So it's a precautionary measure to provide the barrier because the standards were not exceeded.
It's a belt and suspenders approach. Again, we don't take environmental lightly.
Oh, good, for sure. And I also read that it talked about the building being next door to a car wash, but actually the car wash is the gas station. Right. So I guess there are some concerns that was taken into account as well. Okay, and had other questions. I was wondering about the city to help encourage, you know, public transportation. Was there anything that the city could do to make sure that the buses ran a little bit more regular public transportation? Because right now, the wait on buses runs about 45 minutes to 30 to 45 minutes. So it encourages, because everybody might not, it might be rainy one day and everybody might not feel like walking down to the Green Line or walking back home. So to encourage that use, is there anything, this is for the city, is there anything we can do to increase public transportation or the buses? Because it'd be nice, because there is a bus stop right, what, 500 feet, not even 1,000 yards, 1,000 feet from the.
It's directly in front of us. It's
yeah, exactly.
By the, yeah, I mean, it's literally, you know, walking distance as you get out the front door.
Yeah, yeah.
Councilwoman Serta from time, I mean, Serta, Councilwoman Francis, I'm getting tighter. From time to time, G-Trans puts out all types of educational awareness outreach, things to our community. You know, it's on YouTube, it's on social media to get more people to use our, you know, our transit service, as well as their, you know, they're on Instagram and so on. But from time to time, there are different things. They even had a short commercial. So, I mean, that is something we could probably talk about a little later on in directives if we want to, you know, kind of reach out to the community again. And again, that's, you know, a G-Trans thing, and we can look to do that just to make them more aware.
Talking about, you know, reducing our imprint and becoming more environmentally friendly. I think transportation will improve. For example, in San Francisco, you can catch a BART or a bus every 15 or every 7 minutes.
Right.
Going somewhere where you want to go. I drive because I can't really get to my job, you know, with public transportation. So I was just wondering, it just thought came across my mind while I was reading. Now, as far as the fire department requirement, did they okay the 24-foot or 26 feet clearance lane, fire lane? Because I saw on page 386, it said they okay to 24-foot, or was it 26?
26 feet.
But it did find it was 26 feet. Okay. And there was so much in that. I you know, writing things out as I'm going through it. Now about this, oh, let me ask you something else. There was something in there about leasing to the SpaceX employees on a short-term lease. That's not going to be like turn into an Airbnb type situation, is it? It'll just be for.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. We have a preferred employee where we would allow folks within a certain radius of the site to have kind of first dibs on units to try to help incentivize going back to the transit lead kind of components of the project. But no, we are currently working with SpaceX up the street, but we don't have anything here that I'm aware of.
Josh?
Yeah.
Josh, I believe she's referring to the corporate housing provision allowed under the specific plan.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Do you want to talk about that, Lisa? You want to just?
It's your program. You can go ahead and talk about what you're envisioning for that.
Yeah, we don't envision short-term rentals, I guess, to answer the question.
Okay, even under the corporate leasing.
Again, those corporations like, again, SpaceX we're dealing with right now up the street, they would come in and do like a master lease on a long-term, and then they would have different folks within their organization that would come in on shorter term rentals, but it would be a long-term lease to a corporation that would then end up, you know, subleasing it or renting it out or providing that unit to employees or, you know, people visiting, et cetera, on a short-term basis. What we typically do is we try to stay less than 10% of our overall mix to provide any sort of corporate rentals. So the goal would be the same here. So, you know, you're talking a relatively small amount of units that would be leased out to one individual. Normally, if you lease out more than 10%, it's a little bit of a red flag with a lender. So again, typically what we would do is less than 10%, and I don't see that being any different here. So relatively small amount of units that could be leased out to these corporations that would, again, provide hopefully more of a service to those in the area. As most of you know, Ring, who's just up the street, will be opening in the next 30 days. They're bringing over 1,000 employees to that location. And so a number of those people, in theory, we could provide housing. And if Ring came to us and said, we'd like to lease 5 units, you know, we would be open to doing that on a long-term basis.
What do you consider long-term?
A year.
A year?
Yeah.
Okay.
And typically what happens, Councilwoman, is normally we get retention or renewals. So typically a renewal, success renewal is over 50%. So we try to do is at least get people in the door, get them into the unit. And then once they're in the unit, the hope would be that we can kind of renew them. And if it's not through the corporation, it could be through the individual.
Mm-hmm. And on unbundling the parking, you know, there are a lot of arguments right now that says that the problem with the housing development in California is that it has too many parking spaces. They require too many parking spaces. And so I'm unbundling the parking. But I noticed that you mentioned in the agreement, it was mentioned in the agreement, not you specifically, was mentioned that the person that, so that people that are renting that have cars wouldn't pay for the, argument for the unbundling, that the people that don't have cars wouldn't pay for the parking space that people do have cars, and it adds cost to the cost of construction and all that. But there was mentioned that that people that had cars that didn't want to rent a parking space would agree not to park in a neighborhood. How do you control that?
Well, I mean, all we can do is control it through the lease. So we have the ability to evict people if for some reason they were to violate it. So we would have a waiver in an addendum in the lease that would basically have residents, if they're not parking on site, would agree that they can't park in the neighborhoods. And if we find out that they are, the enforceability that we have is the eviction of them from the property. So that's how we would control that.
How do you know? How would you know?
It's word of mouth. I mean, again, we would, if we saw somebody walking out every day and, turning the corner and going over to the residential neighborhood. Now, remember, the residential neighborhood is bifurcated by the Dominguez Channel, right? So it's not super easy to get over to that neighborhood. So again, it's going to be word of mouth, people helping us, we'll police it as best we can. And our enforceability is the lease. We can evict people if they violate it.
Councilmember Francis, I can promise you that if it happens, the people in the residential neighborhood are going to be keeping track of those license plate numbers and coming to the management office of the leasing agency. That's what happens everywhere where people start encroaching in the neighborhood. But I think, as Josh has said, it's not convenient. It's not like it's a big apartment building with residential parking right next door.
No, but right across the street, there's the strip mall there, and then there are streets around within a block. Because I see what happens in some neighborhoods. For example, they're 135th. The reason that the neighbors asked for parking permits because people were actually parking as much as a block, almost 2 blocks away from their apartment, because there was no parking at their apartment building. So. I know Madam Mayor would agree with me on that one. Now, regarding this digital sign, I do have a problem with that because I think it would cause a distraction, and I think could be hazardous. And what I read in the report, it was inconclusive. It said that the research was not conclusive. That because there are not a whole lot of digital billboards on the side of buildings around that, they couldn't say that it would cause distracted driving, but it's even the signs that are right in front of the Millennium, thank goodness for the red light, because at least I get to read the sign. But it would kind of stop and make, really, it would kind of stop and make me look. And then I don't know about the aesthetic of a billboard. I'm looking for Gardena to look more like a residential neighborhood than Las Vegas. I know some of the neighbors in West Hollywood complain about the electronic billboards that are going up in their neighborhoods. And so I don't want to open a Pandora's box. And in fact, I think one of the alternatives, I think was the alternative 4, with one that talked about the building going up without this digital billboard would be environmentally superior. So could we do without that? I mean, could we do without the billboard? I mean, I don't.
I'm sorry. Is that a question for the council or for the applicant?
I don't know. Whosoever can answer, or whoever has a power to answer.
I would take the first pass and just say, Councilwoman, that we did implement the safety recommendations in the report. So those are now, included in the specific plan as far as requirements from a safety perspective. And again, that alternative 3, I don't believe was an environmentally, Rita can correct me, I don't think that was an environmentally superior alternative.
That is correct. The environmentally superior was the reduced density alternative, not number 3, the no digital sign alternative.
Let me see where it was. I wrote it down because I thought, wow.
I think 4 was because of lower density.
It may be environmentally superior concerning one resource area. For example, it was environmentally superior concerning let's see, aesthetics energy, obviously, no sign, no energy demand, greenhouse gas emissions for the same reason.
It was
land-
page 395.
So it was environmentally superior concerning certain resource areas, but the overall environmentally superior alternative was number 4, the reduced density alternative.
Yeah, it said that it was, and it could, that even though, and it talked about even with reducing the light and using certain kind of lighting, but it concluded that the research wasn't very clear that it would not cause distracted driving or be a problem. It just says, it just hasn't been enough, thoroughly researched enough. It said, so it wasn't conclusive. That
Well,
was
Councilwoman, that's why we agreed to incorporate the safety recommendations into the specific plan. Plus, we agreed to name the city as an additional insured to help address that. The problem with number 3, in my opinion, and Rita, feel free to jump in here, is it didn't meet the objective of providing the city with community and additional financing benefits. So again, we chose that as not an alternative in which we wanted to pursue. The number 4 alternative, as Speaker mentioned earlier, that's just not an economically viable project for us. The EIR requires us to analyze those, but from an economic standpoint, it was not a viable option for us to consider.
But it could be a viable option, because I mean, everything that makes dollar doesn't make sense. Sometimes and if it really doesn't add anything to the project, and if you did without it, it wouldn't take anything away, perhaps we can do without it. I don't know how to go about.
Are you referring to the billboard?
Talking about the billboard.
Well, again, I think the billboard provides funding and community benefits to the city.
But we could probably cut corners someplace else too. I mean, if we do anything, err on the side of caution, and then I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to.
I hear you. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm just saying, I think that was the rationale behind it, rather than us just keep 100% of the profits or the proceeds from it. Creating a community benefit there, both through the dollars and the proceeds, as well as the marketing of it, I think was, considered a superior alternative.
Additionally, if I may add, is that the objective of an alternative is to avoid or lessen the project's potentially significant impact. So in this instance, the project's potentially significant impacts, which would be the construction noise, significant unavoidable impact is not avoided with either alternative number 3, which is the no digital sign alternative, or alternative number 4, which is the reduced density alternative. So that significant unavoidable impact would remain under both alternatives.
Since what you say is true, and we're not talking about construction noise, if possible, if we could do without the billboard, could we do without the billboard? I mean, because if your building goes with a billboard, I can see other people across other parts of the city wanting to put a billboards on the side of their buildings. And I think that's my concern. Once we, you open the door to this, then they'll go up all over. And that's my concern. And I also think that it could cause a problem. If we do anything, we should err on the side of caution. But like I said, it's just I was just reading from what your report said, that's all. Okay.
Madam Mayor, quick question.
Questions. I think that's it.
Hold on one second. All right, go ahead, Paulette.
Page 818, no digital sign alternative, section 6.4. Energy savings with no digital sign alternative. The project goals will still be accomplished with no digital sign. That's on page 819. So, yeah, it's on page 819, part of the report.
That's correct. That alternative would meet the other project objectives, except for the community benefits associated with the digital sign.
But I think the energy savings might be greater than a community benefit. But that's, we're talking about, energy and being transit oriented. We might as well just kind of go all the way. But again, thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Lisa, did you want to respond? And then I'll go to Councilmember Cascanian. Was something you started to say?
No, I'll respond at the end. There are a couple of things I want to touch on the end, but let me hear all the council comments so I can do it at once.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cascanian, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I didn't have a question, but I just have like a suggestion, because we all have, you know, multiple questions. We can go on until like 1 or 2 o'clock.
But we're not, so.
Yeah, I know we're not. So I was going to suggest that, you know, if we have so many questions to ask, maybe we can meet with the developer at the Nakoka Community Center as of council, and then we ask all these questions and back and forth, you know, so otherwise we just can't keep going and going.
Well, you know what, that is an option, but I think it's very informative for our community to be able to hear, because a lot of them probably have some of the same questions that you would be asking. So maybe having it in this open forum, I mean, I know it is getting a little late, but it might be a little better, you know, we do it this way for now. And whatever questions you have, I mean, we're going to go ahead and entertain them. So go for it.
Well, I have a question regarding the building being hybrid. Is it going to be hybrid? I noticed it's going to be some solar panel on the rooftop.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments? Okay, just a couple of quick things I wanted to mention. As it relates to the billboard, we were in the city already looking at the option of putting a billboard up somewhere in the city, just, you know, to make sure we can make sure our community is informed. So this fit perfect with, I think, what we want. The other benefit is the fact that it's facing away from Gardena, so it's not impacting on any of our residents. So, you know, as people from outside of the city are coming into the city, you know, it just showcases, you know, not only the advertisement, but, you know, a lot of our community events that are coming up, as was mentioned earlier. At least, I think it was close to 4 minutes or so would be advertised, and this rotates, you know, randomly, you know, throughout the hour. So I think from that aspect, you know, it's good. Now, as it relates to parking, it was mentioned earlier about, you know, the area where there were parking permits off of 135th and Van Ness. Now, I did help those residents with parking permits, but the problem there was, it was that the landlord was letting multiple families live in a residence, and there was not enough parking for that. And a lot of those residents in those apartment buildings, they were using their garage for storage. And that's why that traffic overflowed into the neighboring streets. I don't foresee that being the same type of issue at this particular project, because there is a manager on site. It's a, you know, leasing, it's a whole different kind of setup here. And as was mentioned, you know, if people are parking on those surrounding areas, the city will be notified, because in like the previous situation of 135th and Van Ness, where the tenants were parking in the residential, we were notified of that. But overall, I think this is a great project. We haven't had anything like this come to Gardena as of yet, and I love the idea of being able to meet the needs of our millennials. I mean, a lot of them are looking for a new concept like this here. A lot of them, you know, they don't want the typical single family residence. You know, they like having, you know, smaller apartments, dog parks there, the pool, and nice fire pit and sitting areas. So I think this is great. You know, a lot of our millennials, they're into, you know, Ubering and Lyft and all the different type of ride shares. So especially those young engineers at places like SpaceX and Ring, I hear a lot of them, they're skateboarding, riding their bikes to work because it's close to where they live. So I think this fits in great for a lot of these developing businesses around. It gives Gardena the opportunity to offer a new type of housing here. You know, there's community benefit as it relates to the billboard here. It was mentioned earlier, you know, it was transit orientated, and it's just a win-win. I don't know of many projects that the city has approved in the past that gives so much back to us, and it meets just so many different needs, you know, as it relates to RENA and all of that. And I could go on and on about this, but the hour is getting late, so I'm not going to do that. But I'm really happy to give my support in this, because when I see some of our surrounding areas, like the city of Hawthorne, when they're building their new modern type of apartments similar to this, I'm thinking, why aren't we doing this yet? And I'm glad to see that here it is. It's here for us now. So I'm really excited about this here. I know our community will love it. Like I said, it brings a different aspect to Gardena. And I really appreciate the fact that the developers in the very beginning, they were reaching out to the community. And that's always important to me whenever we have any project as it relates to KB homes, all the different projects. I think it's important to reach out to the community to see, you know, how do they feel about the project, how it's going to affect them, et cetera. So I want to thank the developer for doing that. And, you know, I think this is going to be good for us overall. I do know there are a couple of more comments here. Councilwoman Francis had her hand up, and I think Lisa wanted to mention something. So I'm going to go to you, Councilwoman Francis.
Yeah, just when you mentioned millenniums, the young millenniums, will there be any affordable units? Now, remember, affordable takes on in today's economy, affordable takes on a different definition. We're not necessarily talking about low income or low income, but something affordable that a young teacher might be able to afford. You know, entry level teacher, or let's see what's about as far as firefighters, police officers. You know, entry level type, entry level engineers. They sometimes not, or some of the other positions that may be over there at SpaceX or Tesla. So would there be any affordable units allocated in this project? Is that
Councilwoman, it's a great question. I think you're referring to kind of workforce housing, and those are certainly absolutely jobs and professions that we need to continue to make sure that middle class is not getting left behind or forgotten. This project, though, is 100% market rate.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful presentation. It is a lovely project, but these are questions and concerns I thought I would ask. And
they're all good questions. There's not a bad one. So we
as
appreciate the
I was
questions.
reading through the project, I said, well, if I got to read all these pages,
Got to ask the questions. You're good.
yeah, I need to ask some questions here. So
Absolutely.
and I thank you for answering them all. Still not happy about that billboard though, but
well, we appreciate your concern and passion. And again, we certainly recognize that, you know, there's going to be concerns, and we hope that most of the strategy and structure that we've set forth will give us the ability to modify, address, and continue to try to serve the residents here in the community as best as we possibly can.
Okay. Lisa, you had a couple of quick comments?
Yes, one is when you introduce the ordinance tonight, one of the attachments is the specific plan. And I'd like you to make one change to the specific plan. The development agreement does provide that they won't advertise anything that's illegal within the city of Gardena. So for example, although you can legally sell cannabis, you can't sell it in the city of Gardena, so they could not advertise cannabis. However, that provision is not carried forward in the specific plan, and I want to make sure it survives the expiration of the development agreement. So I just want to bring that same exact language into the specific plan. And
sorry,
then,
Lisa, let me stop you for a second. That's in the introduction of the ordinance, that portion there?
when you introduce the ordinance, there's several things that are attached to the ordinance. The ordinance not only makes the zone changes the language of the zoning code, but it also will adopt the specific plan in the development agreement. So I just want to clarify that that change should be made to the specific plan.
Got it. Okay.
Introduction of the ordinance. I see Josh shaking his head in agreement. The other thing I want to touch on is under CEQA, the city is required to approve an environmentally superior alternative unless it makes specific findings. And in section 5 of the general plan resolution, that's 6507, we go through the reasons why the no digital sign and the reduced density alternatives are rejected. First off, as Rita said, no digital sign does not eliminate or reduce the only significant impact. Aesthetics was not a significant impact in any way, shape, or form, so it's not environmentally superior to the proposed project. The reduced density alternative, CEQA allows you to reject alternatives based on social and economic and feasibility as well. So the reduced density alternative has two reasons for rejection. One is, as we all know, Gardena's received an insane amount of RENA allocation of 5,735 units. And just for comparison, for anyone who's listening, in the last housing element allocation, 2014 to 2021, the city had 397 units allocated. So it's just insane. If we have to find room in the city and make space for all of these 5,735 units, if we reduce the density on this site, they're just going to have to be pushed to other locations within the city. We'll be discussing this more in your next couple of council meetings, but obviously the higher density you put on fewer sites, the more sites you can retain for commercial and industrial type of development. And the second reason for infeasibility is the economic infeasibility of the finances that the digital sign is going to bring. And I'm sorry, that really goes to the no digital sign, but it also would reduce the income that comes into the city. It would reduce the property taxes. It would reduce the TOT taxes. So, so you will wind up with less money. And those are justifications to go with the project as proposed.
Attorney Kranis, did it speak to energy savings? I mean, because could the project, does it say that as an alternative without the digital sign, that you could actually build the project without the digital sign as an alternative? And did it speak to the energy savings? I didn't hear you mention that, because I know on page 818, section 6.4.4, I think that's when it says energy savings with no digital sign alternative. So it doesn't say that and the project goals, it also said the project goals would still be accomplished with no digital sign. That's on page 819. Is that, am I off base here, or something?
Energy savings, and Rita can jump back in. Energy was not a significant impact.
But it said it could be without the, the project could still be approved without, it will still meet the, we're not talking about the project not meeting its goals. It could meet its goals, all the CEQA guidelines, without the digital sign. That was on.
It would not meet the goal of revenue sharing with the city. I don't have the goals right.
But in terms of energy savings, it still would overall, because even with the economic goals of the city, and this is it's not going to change that, because the project will still go, still get the property taxes, still get all the other things that you mentioned, all the other income. So that would not change. The only thing that would change is just it just wouldn't have the digital sign. That's it. And the energy savings would as a result of not having this sign lit from 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock in the morning, to 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, not having all those lights going on. There still be energy savings. And I don't know if you took a look at how much energy that's going to reduce the profit, because that would, I don't know if you took that into the accounting of the profit. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just saying, since you brought it up.
No, Councilwoman, yes, you are correct. If the digital sign is excluded, the demand that's specifically associated with that sign would be avoided. So that is why in the alternative section concerning long-term operational energy demand, the no digital sign alternative was considered to be environmentally superior. Than the proposed project, because the energy usage would not occur, the energy usage associated with the sign. So that is one of the resource areas for which this particular alternative would result in less impact than the proposed project.
But that was not a significant impact, correct?
That is correct for the proposed project. And you know, the only significant unavoidable for the proposed project was concerning construction noise.
But that wasn't what we were talking, it doesn't talk about construction noise on page 2, 818. I'm saying 818, 819, that has no mention, it specifically addresses energy saving. Doesn't talk anything about, because construction noise is unavoidable, and it said that in report. There's no way getting around it. Now you can keep the dust down, wet the soil and all that, and you could do your very best with a buffering walls, but there is no way to get around construction noise, and that's okay. But that doesn't speak to that. I'm just saying.
You are correct, though, in that the energy demand for the sign would not occur with that alternative.
Exactly. And that's fine. So, I mean, it could go, I was just saying, it actually could go without it. And once you deduct the cost of energy from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., I don't know, you may not realize that $75,000, I don't know, I think you're just looking at the income coming from the sign. But anyway, I'm fine. You've answered all my questions, and I thank you so much for your thoughtful consideration and for your response.
All right, thank you. So with that, let's move on here. I'd like to know, is there at this time a motion to adopt resolution number 6507 and 6508?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, Madam City Clerk, there was a, hold on one second. Before I do that, I'm sorry, let me do this officially. I'm sorry. The motion to adopt resolution number 6507, which is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gardena, California, certifying an environmentally impact report, adopting a mitigation, monitoring and reporting program, adopting a statement of overriding consideration and making CEQA findings related to the Gardena Transit Orient Development specific plan and related entitlements for the 1.33 acre property located at 12850-12900 Crenshaw Boulevard, and also resolution number 6508, which is a resolution of the City of Gardena, I'm sorry, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gardena, California, amending the land use plan of the City of Gardena's general plan by changing the land use designation of the 1.33 acre property located at 12850 through 12900 Crenshaw Boulevard to specific plan and making minor text changes primarily related to the specific plan. So we had a motion that was made by Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, and the second was by Councilmember Cascanian. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Question. Now, this is just to approve what we talked about, not necessarily with the billboard. Am I clear?
Right now, you're voting on the resolution that one certifies the environmental impact report and makes all the CEQA findings. And then the second resolution that was combined with that was the general plan amendment to change the land use designation to specific plan and make the changes to the land use text.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes.
Mayor Serta.
Yes. Okay, next, I need someone to introduce ordinance number 1828, and this ordinance reads as follows. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Gardena, California, amended section 18.08.010 of the Gardena Municipal Code relating to established zones, amending chapter 8.58 of the Gardena Municipal Code relating to digital billboards, amending the zoning map of the City of Gardena, approving a specific plan, including the site plan, and approving a development agreement with DIN and CAL for Incorporated relating to the development of up to 265 dwelling units. Also, we're going to be adopting the specific plan and development agreement, which will specify no illegal substances will be advertised.
I'll introduce that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, introduction will be made by.
Do we not take, I thought we were going to start introducing by
With
vote.
this one, Madam Mayor, it's a motion to introduce, so we'll take the entire roll call.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for the clarification, the motion to introduce.
I'll make the motion to introduce.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, motion was made by Councilmember Henderson, second by Councilmember Cascanian. Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
No.
and Mayor Serta.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. And let's see, at this time, thank you very much for the presentation. It was very well put together and probably the most detailed presentation I've seen in all the presentations we've had. So very much appreciate that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're excited. This is real excited to work with the city and continue this journey. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you too as well. Okay, before we move on to item number 12B, I am going to have to actually leave. So Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to ask if you will take over starting from item number 12B and continue on the meeting in my absence.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Have a
thank you
safe
very
evening.
much. Thank you.
Okay, so let's continue. We'll move on to 12B, ordinance number 1829, adopting the most recent version of the Los Angeles County Fire Code as set forth in Title 32 of the Los Angeles Code by reference. Mr. City Manager.
Agenda item 12B is ordinance number 1829, adopting the most recent version of the LA County Fire Code set forth in Title 32 of the Los Angeles Code by reference. California Fire Code was updated in 2019, as it is every 3 years. The city or county may make amendments to the state fire code each time it is updated upon finding that such changes or modifications are reasonably necessary because of local climatic, geologic, or topographic conditions. LA County has done that, and due to a 1999 voters initiative, Gardena is required to adopt the most current version of the LA County Fire Code by reference. This ordinance updates the Gardena Municipal Code to adopt the 2019 LA County Fire Code, which includes and amends the 2019 California Fire Code by reference. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is introduce ordinance number 1829 and set hearing date for May 25th, 2021.
Thank you. So I believe I need to have somebody to introduce us.
I'll introduce it, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We'll also be setting, can you please ask the city clerk to set the hearing for May the 25th? Is that date available, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, it is, Madam City Attorney, May 25th. We will set the date.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can we have the roll call?
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Well, I didn't second it, but yes.
Oh,
That was Councilmember Francis.
Francis did.
I didn't get that. Sorry about that. So let me do this over again. Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka.
Yes. Let's see, we'll move on to departmental items number 13. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and members of the City Council, tonight's COVID-19 update. This is over the past 2 weeks. Total case count in Gardena increased by only 38 positive cases, which is very good news. And another really outstanding news for our city is that no new reported deaths over the past 2 weeks. First time since this thing started. So, you know, it's very, very good news. Hopefully that we continue to on that course of recovery and no new deaths, and hoping to get to no new positive cases in the near future. As far as the new mask guidance that the CDC came out recently, the CDC now and newly recommends support the continued need for everyone, including those fully vaccinated, to wear masks while in crowds where 6 feet of distance from other persons is not possible, while large events and gatherings and indoor settings are where vaccinated people may be present. So we should all just adhere to that new recommendations from the CDC. As far as the tiering for LA County, if the county maintains current levels or declines in the case rate and test positivity rate for an additional week, it is possible in early May for the county to move into the yellow tier. Public Health will be working with the Board of Supervisors and sector partners to prepare for the county's possible move to the yellow tier as early as May 5th. In the yellow tier, capacity limits at various businesses and events can increase, always adhering to safety modifications that minimize transmission of COVID-19. For example, bars will now be allowed to resume indoor service at 25% capacity. Mayor Pro Tem, so ends my COVID-19 report.
Thank you. Let's see, we'll move on to 15, Public Works, Resolution 6504, 15A.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor Pro
Signor.
Tem Tanaka and members of the City Council. Agenda item 15A is Resolution 6504, approving the engineer's report for the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District for fiscal years 2021 to 2022, and setting a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto. Public hearing should be set at May 25th, 2021. The Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District between Normandy Avenue and Dalton Avenue was established and commenced in fiscal year 1994 to 1995. And Artesia Boulevard Landscaping Assessment District between Denker Avenue and Western Avenue was established and commenced in fiscal year 2001 to 2002. The assessment will pay for the servicing and maintenance costs of landscaping and pertinent improvements within the median island on Artesia Boulevard between Western Avenue and Normandy Avenue. Financial impact, the budget amount is $10,062 for the first district and $11,600 for the second, with a total budget amount of $21,662. Funding source is the assessment district. What's required tonight is adopt resolution 6504.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem Tanaka, in
Yes, ma'am.
addition to adopting resolution 6504, you're also setting a public hearing for May 25th on
May
that
25th.
item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, Madam City Clerk, do we have any comments from the public?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Anything from the council?
No questions.
And so I'll entertain a motion.
I move to introduce resolution 6504.
Excuse me, Councilmember Henderson, it's a motion to adopt resolution.
Adopt.
Or
6504.
adopt.
Adopt.
I move to adopt 6504.
Thank you. I need a second on that, Madam.
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, can we call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Resolution 6505, 15B, Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka and members of the City Council, agenda item 15B is resolution number 6505, approving the engineer's report for the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 2021, 2022, declaring its intention to levy and collect assessments under the Gardena Consolidated Street Lighting District for fiscal year 2021, 2022, and setting a time and place for hearing protests in relation thereto, for public hearing being set at May 25th, 2021. On July 28, 2009, the City Council approved and confirmed an increase in assessment of the City of Gardena's Consolidated Street Lighting District through Proposition 218 proceedings, and as described in attached engineer's report. Consolidated Street Lighting District pays all energy costs, construction, and maintenance costs of the street lighting. The financial impact, the budget amount is $778,000 $8,181, and the funding source is the assessment district. What's required tonight is adopt resolution number 6505.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, any comments from the public?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we do not.
Anybody from the council?
I'll
Okay,
move
here-
to adopt resolution 6505.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cascanian,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Francis.
Yes.
Let's see, I don't see any council items, so city manager, council, and oh, I'm sorry, council directives. Anybody have any council directives for tonight?
I have one, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka. I know
sir.
at our last council meeting, we had talked about hero pay. I was
Yes.
wondering if we could get city staff to kind of do some further research on that, see if we can use some of our Fed money, if that's within the bounds to support hero pay. I know the city of Calabasas was looking into that, and we could probably reach out to them to see exactly the feasibility of that.
I'll second that.
Yeah, there was something posted today about alternatives. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
All right, that's all I have.
Any other directives? None? Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I get clarification on the hero pay? Because I am going to go over the directives from previous meeting regarding various items, and one of them happens to be hero pay that we discussed last time. If this is not, if this is not what it, it's pretty lengthy.
Well, I'll wait for you to give
Okay.
it. Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Any city manager remarks and directives, council items from last?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, I do have a few. The first memo that I wrote to the city council is a memo in response to Councilmember Cascanian's directive at the April 13, 2021 meeting. City council regarding the viability of a new water splash pad at Raleigh Park and or Johnson Park. We reached out to several different references to gather more information. We found out from manufacturers and installers, and the conceptual cost estimate, including maintenance costs, is approximately $900,000 per splash pad. So, I mean, if we want a further discussion on this, I can be contacted, but the reason being is, a lot of the equipment is subterranean, and the water that comes out of the splash pads are in fact filtered and then recycled, because you can't just discharge it. So a lot of that is equipment cost. So that is a cost for the splash pad. The second memo that I wrote to City Council is in reference to the public comments made by Mr. Zahid Ahmed in the April 13th City Council meeting, and he made comments regarding missing sidewalk along Redondo Beach Boulevard in Budlong. Staff did a thorough inspection and did not find any missing sidewalk that fits the description of Mr. Ahmed. Third memo is, as I said, at the April 13th meeting, the Mayor Serta gave the directive to look into hero pay. So we surveyed a number of different cities and contacted them, total of 11 cities so far that implemented hero pay. And they are by far probably around the neighborhood of March of last year. That's when they all pretty much started the hero pay. And this resulted in some increases in store workers for about $4 or $5 per hour. So what we found through our survey and our study is that a number of stores closed, including Food for Less and Ralph's. Keeping note that the city has both stores here at the city. A typical family of four saw an increase of an average of $33 amount of grocery bill, or $132 for the 120 days, where the hero pay was in effect. So the average length of time that the hero pay was in effect in these cities, or is still in effect, is 120 days. So a lot of these hero pay is ending pretty soon. So for us to get into the hero pay is probably late because as you know, the pandemic is winding down, is getting to the tail end. So I do have this memo for you. If this doesn't, if this doesn't suffice, then we'll add further information on the hero pay.
Is that good, Mark?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think if you read that memo, I think there's some issue regarding that. But just a quick question about the hero pay, though. We have to approve it in order for it to come into effect.
That's correct. I mean, Carmen, you could probably, it's going to be an ordinance, right?
You would have to pass an ordinance, right? First and second reading. And where you would basically have to create a criteria, just like it has in all these other cities, as to which stores, grocery stores, what, if you're applying it to all grocery stores in Gardena, or just those that have X number of employees, nationwide, and then how long you want it to be in effect for, and the duration of it. And so what we have found that, every single city that, has done this, and they did it early on when the whole purpose of it was to, at the height of the pandemic, that these grocery workers were putting themselves at risk, having them get additional pay. Unfortunately, the grocery stores, specifically Grocer and the Grocers Chain Association, has sued those cities that have passed similar ordinances. Those cases are in litigation. Again, as our city manager mentioned, most of those ordinances took place and were in effect at the height of the pandemic, to again compensate them for putting themselves at risk at that time when the height of the pandemic was in place. So to reiterate his comments about we're somewhat a little bit late to this, the game on this.
Okay. So
Mayor, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, so City Attorney Vasquez, so in regards to those cities that are getting sued and those suits are in litigation, what's the probability that they will be unsuccessful in defending themselves?
That the courts are going to find in favor of the cities.
Right.
I mean, thus far, the only thing that has been commented on has been an injunction, a preliminary injunction, which is a really high threshold. That's the only thing that's been tested. If the city gets sued, you have to defend yourself, the cost to the city of the defense, and obviously the grocery store's position is to get reimbursed for the amount that the city is asking for it to pay. Unfortunately, because they are tied up in litigation, a lot of these stores aren't even paying the amount. So the people who would benefit from it aren't seeing it because it's getting tied up in the courts. When that would get resolved, we don't know. In speaking to what you mentioned about Calabasas, they looked at the potential of using some of the money that they're going to receive from the federal government to compensate the local grocery workers. So but again, we still have not received the criteria from the federal government as to what we can and can't do. I think, if council, once we have that criteria and we know what we can and can't spend the money on, that's something that council can revisit. And again, we'll prepare a memo for council, with that criteria, so what your options are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
And
go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may add, so it's anywhere from $4 to $5 an hour per employee. So what we've found is that however however they mitigate, the grocery stores mitigate this, it's going to get passed on to the consumers one way or another, or they adopt a different model, which is number one, reducing the hours of the workers, or two, putting some self-service kiosks to mitigate the additional cost per hour. We've seen this time and time again in different models in different restaurants where the minimum wage has been inflated significantly. McDonald's, for instance, comes to mind, where they have now these kiosks that take in your order. They have less people to interact with. So, reduction of hours and replacing it with electronic means of helping people is some of the ways that they curb this. And so once they go that route, they usually don't go back to the model that they had before, which is workers.
Okay. So I guess my last question would be though, we have probably 5 markets in our city, so we would have to pass an ordinance to help all 5 of those markets. Is that right? Is that correct?
It would all depend on what the criteria that you wanted to apply.
Okay. Okay. All right. So Mark, do you still want your directive?
No, I'll just wait for the memo and we can talk about it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Okay.
Moving on to the other memos that I sent to the City Council. The other one is regarding the G3 residents located at Rosecrans Avenue in Van Ness. Basically, in a nutshell, representatives of the HOA have expressed the desire to install an entrance gate to their common driveway for security purposes. Those members have met with staff, including myself. We met pretty lengthy time to discuss this, and we advised them that there's certain things that they need to accomplish first legally, as far as right away, and then go through the proper permitting process if they really want to put the gate. So that's that concern has been addressed.
Good.
So they will look into some legal addressing the legal aspects of that issue. The third one is the memo in response to Mayor Pro Tem Henderson's directive at the April 13, 2021 meeting regarding the driveway at 1450 West Redondo Beach Boulevard. It has been determined that the temporary barricades placed by the owner at the driveway parcel are within limits of state and local law. Also, another memo was in response to Mayor Serta's directive at the April 13, 2021 meeting regarding pedestrian crossing in the area of Gardena Boulevard and Brighton Avenue. Has been recommended to repaint the crosswalks and update the signage in the specified area. I do have a couple of flyers here that I'd like to share with you. First one is the vaccination clinic, COVID-19 vaccination clinic that's going to be here at the city. First dose will be on Saturday, May 15th. The second dose will be again on Saturday, June 12, 2021 at Johnson Park. That address is 1200 West 170th Street. It's going to be from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And it's going to be available for all persons 18 years of age and older. You do have to make an appointment through the city by contacting the Senior Bureau at 310-217-9552. Staff will need the following information, which is contact info and date of birth and health-related information. The second announcement to that is for our Jazz Festival. Crossing our fingers that everything goes well on Sunday, August 22nd, 2021. We're planning on having our Jazz Festival. As you know, last year it was canceled due to COVID. Now we're trying to reinstate this again. Our ticket sales will begin Wednesday, June 23rd. And then we have a website down here on this flyer, which is Gardena Jazz Festival 18.eventbrite.com. Again, it's going to be at Raleigh Park on Sunday, August 22nd, 2021. Last but not least, I don't have a flyer for this, but this is for the housing element and community meetings that the city is working to put together. So we need your input. City welcomes community members to provide input on identifying likely, there you go, likely areas for housing development and discuss zoning options for the city. The first one will be on Monday, May 4th. It's going to be through Zoom, and then another one on Monday, May 11th.
Tuesday.
Oh, sorry, Tuesday. So both of them are Tuesday. My flyer says Monday.
That's Tuesday.
This must be an older flyer. Okay.
It's last year's flyer.
Oh, it says 2021. Okay. So last but not least, we have a couple of videos.
Nice.
I'm gonna cue that on. Before that, the first video is due to COVID-19, we are unable to host the annual Cinco de Mayo parade, but we wanted to share a few highlights from last year's, actually previous years. We also wanted to want to let everyone know that we have partnered with the Cinco de Mayo committee to help them fundraise their scholarship program during the month of May. We will be selling raffle tickets for Gardena themed basket full of goodies. Stay tuned for more information regarding our raffle. So I'm gonna go see that video now. Okay, thank you very much. The second video is regarding Recreation and Human Services Department recently created a highlight video for the annual California Park and Recreation Society Incorporated Division 9 installation and awards ceremony. We want to take a minute to share a video highlight with you, and we definitely had an interesting year. Look forward to another great year despite COVID-19. So we have another video.
The hour is late.
We still have that video.
Took a nap.
Becky, do you have that video?
Just give me just a moment, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Last but not least, I'm looking at our attendees. I don't think Director Crespo is on anymore, but I do want to greet him a very happy birthday. Today's his actual birthday, so he probably checked out a little bit early to celebrate. So happy birthday, Director Crespo.
Nice.
Madam, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm here.
Oh, it's my report.
Thanks. Hey, so I heard a little bird kind of told me that they're trying to get Kenny G for that jazz festival. Keep your fingers crossed.
We will keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, really. Okay, so moving along, council members, start with council member Cascanian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, because the hour, way past
Super
11
late.
o'clock. I will report all my, reports for next week, but there's only one thing I need to mention for today. After several years of 106 years, finally, U.S. government acknowledged the Armenian genocide. We thank you to President Biden. Thumbs up big time that he did that other president they couldn't do, gag rule. So thank you, Mr. President. I will give a detailed report regarding this for next week. Next meeting, Mr. Pro Tem. And, it's not only me, the whole Armenian community in California, United States, and the whole world. They were very excited regarding this. And there was about several newborns in Armenia. And out of those few borns, 7 of them, they were named after the President Biden. So they called their name Joe Biden, let's say Cascanian, for example, so yeah, there was 7 of the kids was named after the President. So we thank the President big time. I don't know how many times I can tell him that we are grateful. And a lot of Armenians, they even change his name. They call him right now Joseph Bidenian. So yeah, it's all over the place. So I will give all detailed information on our next council meeting. And
Okay.
that's my report.
Well, you should be very proud of your son, Joseph, who spearheaded a lot of those rallies. So
Yes,
congratulations.
Yes, thank you. He did, and he lobbied big time at the Capitol here for past 7 years, and
Yes.
it paid off this past Saturday.
He did a good job.
Thank you.
Okay, so it is late, and I'm not going to go into detail, but real fast. I did the paper shredding event. That was a great thing. I got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. South Bay COG board meeting. There's a lot of stuff that we discussed. I'm not going to go into it. I met with Latrice McLaughlin from Connecticut Bank and had a great conversation about how Connecticut really wants to help engage with our city. So hopefully, she'll join the foundation and some other things and raise some money for our city, because she's pretty much on the ball. And in fact, we attended the billboard presentation today at Rosecrans and Western regarding You Are Enough, and they're trying to do a little more on mental illness awareness. So that was a really good event. Let's see. I think that was it. Oh, there is an event coming up on May 1st in the city of El Segundo. And it's going to be about Asian American Pacific Islander hate. It's called LA versus Hate. And it's going to be a family-friendly event. It's Hermosa Beach. It's at the Hermosa Beach Community Center. It's going to be from 3 to 5 on May 1st. So they're going to have speakers, music, and a lot of support for AAPI. So if you can make that event, just kind of show up. That is my report. Councilmember Francis, your turn.
Yes, out of respect for the hour, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief, and just want to encourage everybody to just keep going. We're winning this fight with the virus. And so wear your mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands, keep your hands clean. And also just a little reminder, children are returning to school. So keep an eye on your traffic because kids are back on the streets again. So thank you. Better days are coming, better days ahead. So thank you. And thank you, colleagues, for this council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, the mayor's not here, so Councilmember Henderson.
Sure, since our last meeting, I went to the LA Business Federation meeting, and mostly the discussion was about the economy opening back up as LA County moves through the various tiers and everything. Everybody's looking forward to us getting back to whatever our new existence will be. I was at my Southern California area governments meeting, and we're talking about the digital divide and speaking on that, as well as the housing moving forward, and trying to create a better symphony with ourselves and our Sacramento colleagues, local government in Sacramento. And I was at the Air Quality Management District meeting, sitting in as a alternate for SCAG and everything. So it's pretty interesting in regards to the corridors coming from the ports and everything, and how it impacts us. We have the 110 corridor next to us, so we're talking about air quality of trucks going up and down the 110. I attended the funeral of Reggie Lewis. Wanda Staton is our commissioner. That was her husband that passed. So we want to say again, condolences to the family. They were excited that we did adjourn our last meeting in his memory. And I did a couple of community visits now that I'm feeling a lot stronger to kind of get out and do my thing, still wearing my mask, and we're still staying socially distanced. And we, as Councilwoman Francis said, continue to wash our hands, but we will get through this. So ends my report.
Thank you. Announcements. Just remember the vaccination event that's going to be at Johnson Park. It's a great opportunity to make an appointment, get your shots done, become a part of the vaccinated many, so that we can get to that herding portion to where you can feel a lot more safe being together. Another announcement we have is so Ernie Crespo's birthday is today, right, Clint? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to wish our city manager, Clint Osorio, happy birthday, because he didn't think I knew it. But his birthday is well, actually it's today because it's almost midnight, right? So in about 20 minutes, it'll be your birthday. What is it, about 35, 40 maybe?
Yes.
About right.
Okay.
Just about right.
So our city attorney said that she was going to sing happy birthday to you.
No, I did not say
Oh, you
that.
didn't?
No, I did not. And I did not get a directive on that either.
Okay, well, just remember this. We're all singing happy birthday to you, and we wish you the best. So I'm assuming you're going to take tomorrow off?
No, we have a staff meeting at 10.
Oh. I'll see if I can drop a cake off for you. Okay, so happy birthday. And we have no remembrance tonight. So the City of Gardena's council will adjourn to the.
Excuse me.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Paul.
We do have just one, if I may be allowed to adjourn, could we adjourn our council meeting tonight in memory of David Livingston Jr., the young man was born, raised here in Gardena and was laid to rest today. And
okay.
Sympathy.
Okay, so we will, our remembrance tonight will be for David Livingston, a resident of Gardena, who passed away and went home to the Lord today. So we thank you for that, Paulette.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so with that, the City of Gardena Council will adjourn to closed session portion of City Council meeting, 7 o'clock, followed by a regular council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, 11 May 2021. Good night.
Good night, all.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
Night.